Welcome everybody to the War Room, the pregame show for our July Officers Club Championship. We have the title on the line, we have $1,000 in our prize pool, and we have a wonderful cast here with us today. We have Ollie, we have Darkness, we have Spooz. We will be joined by Vinny in less than an hour for the main broadcast. But before we get to anything else, Ollie, where the heck are you?
Well, I'm in Yakima, Washington, the hops capital of the United States. It is currently 5 a.m. I am out camping. Just backed my car up close enough to the property owner's house so that I could steal their Wi-Fi and get all this broadcast. But yeah, so I'm in the mood. You know, I'm feeling it.
Nothing can keep you away from KARDS esports. Nothing. Not vacation, not camping, nothing at all. Not forgetting your microphone at home even.
Nope. I will always figure out a way to be here on OCC day, on open day. You know how much I enjoy doing these broadcasts and seeing these plays, right? So I might not be answering all my emails or all the Discord messages while I'm on vacation, but I'll be here for the broadcast.
Ollie, I think your priorities are clear. I love it. Spooz, Darkness, we're going to get to you in just a moment when we start to break down the competitors' decks here today. But before we do that, let's take a look at our bracket and see who is competing. So, As per usual, we have 2 qualifier spots added to the top 6 finishers. Here you see the top of the bracket. You've got Tang Tang and TB273. You do see that TB has already advanced. We're going to explain exactly what happened there a little bit later in the broadcast. Next up, you have Head and Birdo. They're going to be going, and they're going to be in actually our first feature quarterfinals matchup. So that's going to be cast in our first match by Ollie and Darkness. We then have J King taking on Killswitch. Killswitch, one of those qualifiers. Spooz and Vinny will be calling that one. That's going to be our second featured quarterfinal. And in the fourth quarterfinal matchup, we got Noen 5. We have Cappuccino. They're going to be going head to head to see who can make it down to the semi-finals. So we have another great list of players coming up here. We're going to dive into their player profiles a little bit later on. But before that, Darkness, Spooz, why don't we dive into the deck lists? Because we have a heck of a variety here today, right? We have some control, we have some aggro, we've got resistance, we have OTK, we've got a whole heck of a lot going on. So let's start with Killswitch, let's start with resistance. Killswitch has brought quite a bit of France to the table today. So Darkness, why don't you walk us through this first list, this Germany-France resistance list?
Yeah, I haven't seen this one in a tournament for months. I believe the last time was during the World Championship. This one is in German Franck's Burn deck. And we do know a lot of aggro decks and cards, but Burn is quite rare. But this deck is able to make it happen. Well, you are using some control cards like root out the enemy and small removal cards like the cross of Laurent is able to deal damage as removal as well, but of course you're just using a lot of burn cards. There are some strong German burn cards like Bismarck or Kriegsmarine, but in combination with small burn cards, for example, Lightning Strike, it's a countermeasure with burn. Relutation, another countermeasure. Air Blitz, direct damage to the enemy HQ. And some HP for you with Liberation, a lot of card draw, Enigma. This deck is totally unique, and all of what deck is doing is playing cards that reduces the HQ of the opponent and fills both hands, the opponent's hand and your hand, because a lot of cards are abusing a full hand of your opponent. Yeah, one main theme of resistance, but definitely one unique point here. For example, you remember Defend in Depths, very famous card in the World Championship with Franck's resistance, and yeah, Kriegsmarine Liberation also, and Enigma also giving you a benefit of an opponent's full hand. So I'm very happy to see this deck again because it was kind of forgotten. But yeah, resistance is always an two sharp edge. No, two edge sharp.
Two-edged sword.
Double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword. Yes. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you for walking us through that, Darkness. Spooz, any thoughts on, bringing Burn back? Is this the right time for it? Is there a specific maybe spot in the meta that you think that Killswitch is trying to take advantage of here?
I think with this specific deck in today's OCC, or in the meta that I expect, he should have a hard time because we see a lot of supply shortest critical damage commandos that usually want a lot of healing. So I'm not sure if he can just have enough damage output to kill their opponent. On the other hand, like this supply shortage critical damage deck is relying a lot of your opponent having units on board, and this deck is not playing a lot of units, and so there's not good synergy for the opponent there. But as I said, I think your opponent can just easily out heal the damage, and then you don't have a really good win condition left. So I'm excited to see if this is really working out here, the strategy today for Killswitch.
Great
Thanks.
point. Actually, this deck is only using 3 units, and it's Arado just playing it for the deployment effect and high kill, very similar. So the new combo with supply shortage is relatively useless against this deck.
Ollie, anything you want to add to that before we move on to the next list?
No, I think it's interesting that if we see those two decks go up against each other, neither are going to have the ideal board states to implement their strategy or against their opponent decks, because one is going to be healing, the other is going to be trying to burn without units. So we might see some wonky games come out of that, right? Especially with all the high level plays, it might be something like both players have full hands. They don't have opportunities to get their stuff out and do what they need to do, and it just goes back and forth and gets into some of those 200 IQ late game move games, which is always entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. It's a different style. We talk a lot about how there has been a good amount of variety of lists brought to the OCCs, brought to the Opens. And I think that something like this allows for a very different type of game to be played. It's not going to be that smash mouth aggro type of list. It's going to be very slow, very methodical, maybe a little bit less exciting, but from a high level perspective, there's going to be, like you said, those high level, really intelligent plays that'll happen probably later in the game that can really turn the tide. So I'm pumped to see that matchup, because I think it could be something that's going to be very different from what a lot of our other matchups look like. Let's move on to the next list we have here. We have TB273's Soviet list. Spooz, you want to walk us through that?
I would love to, absolutely. Yeah, this deck is just playing the combo that I just mentioned earlier. He's having Soviet as main nation and Britain with supply shortage and critical damage in the deck. For those who don't know, supply shortage now, also critical damage was not too popular before supply shortage was introduced last week. Supply shortage is just an order that is giving each unit on board the effect that it's receiving 1 damage at the start of opponent's turn. And additionally to that, critical damage is just pinning all units that are receiving damage. So your opponent can have a full board, you just play critical damage supply shortage, and your opponent cannot move their units until they die, or he's playing rally. That's the only, I think there's a push, 2 orders in the game that can get units off of being pinned. But other than that, your opponent can't do anything, and he just has to wait until his units die. And it is a very annoying mechanic. I think it could be the new resistance in the game, where a mechanic that everybody just hates to play against, and it's really, really frustrating because you cannot do a lot. But let's come back to the deck. Other than that, this combo is a very, very strong control tool. And the win condition of this deck specifically is Katyusha OTK. So you play a Katyusha. No, first of all, what is really good with this deck, your opponent can have as much healing as he wants to. He can have 4 fortifications, honeys, and heal up to 99 health. You can just play your Great Periodic War, set both players' HQ to 12, and on the turn after, or even on the same turn, depending on how much credits you have left, you can just go in with Katyusha, Ra, final push, just produce a really, really big Katyusha on board, deal at 12 damage and kill your opponent. And there's not much you can do against it once you get this combo off. When it's working, it's really frustrating to lose against this. I'm excited to see if, there's only 1 Katyusha in the deck, so that means every countermeasure that's targeting the Katyusha just makes you probably instantly lose, because then you just lose your win condition. So it will be interesting to see how this deck is interacting with, for example, that burn deck, because although it's Soviet main, it's not having that much healing, so it could easily lose to that if the opponent is having enough draw and can just push out the damage. But on the other hand, yeah, it can just completely... Oh, I just see he's playing fortifications, so he's having a little bit of healing, but only 2 of them. Yeah, interesting deck. I've not played it for myself, so I cannot really say how good it is against several matchups, but I think we are going to find out today.
Right on, Spooz. Ollie, you were sitting there nodding the whole way. You feeling good about this list, or is that lack of, or the only one caddy a little bit nerve-wracking when it comes to some sort of countermeasure or something, potentially losing you the game on losing one card?
I mean, I think these players are, in most cases, capable of playing around those countermeasures and checking for them on appropriate turns. I think it's only in situations where you're kind of going for the Great Patriotic War plus Katyusha plus where you're absolutely maximizing your credit usage within that turn, where you are susceptible for running into that countermeasure. So I'm not too worried about it. I've seen, I've in tournaments I've seen players play, around countermeasures in a way that they could just read their opponent's hand, and I've been absolutely, surprised. Someone's floating like 8 credits, and people are just like, well, let me check in order for all these countermeasures that I know that that are in their decks, right? These are open deck lists, so they know the risks in the matchup, but if it gets sniped, it's game over, like Spoo said. So, high risk, high reward. I think it's a cool list though, and I like seeing Great Patriotic War. It's a card that's been for a long time kind of fairly underutilized, but we've seen it now in 2 decks, 2 OCCs in a row. We've seen it used, what I would say, unironically, which I think is cool.
Awesome. I love that you can actually now see the tent in the background out of your car window, Ollie. That's great. Darkness, any last thoughts before we move on to the next list?
I think this list is, with a new combo of supply shortage and critical damage, extremely potential, even against some slower matchups because of the spy rings. I'm looking forward to see that.
Very nice. Now, next up, we have Noen 5's Germany-US list. And when Darkness, you first saw it, and Spooz, you were both chatting about it briefly before we went live. You were both looking at it going, what the heck is this? So, Darkness, why don't you explain what your thoughts were when you first saw this pile of cards?
Well, Noen 5 is really known for playing German with US ally, and he's always playing the fast Heinz deck and aggressive. But when I first saw this deck, I was, wait a second, what? There are 4 war machines and 2 in Hour of Need, so there are 6 ramp cards in it. He's using 3 times dive bombing, a card that is very underrated but very powerful. Only 3 32nd infantry regiments. Usually you are playing 4 to make the most value out of them. This is a little strange. Only a few buffs with we can do it, and the other alliance each 1 time. This is uncommon as well. But then I noticed he's using 4 times FW 190A. This is a plain 5/5 stats, drawing your card, incredible strong in draft, but mostly not played at all in tournaments. And the Panzer 4 F2 as well. It's a 5/5 tank, target unit must retreat. Those are stat monsters, and these cards are very good, but they are like mostly seen in budget decks. When I saw this, I thought, like, did he just picked the most played cards with the highest win rate and put all of them into one deck? Well, those stats are not official, but I would have designed this deck like that, just thinking about what is the greatest value Germany and US can give you, and forge this into a deck. It's really interesting to look at because it's so flexible, so versatile, and I believe this is exactly what you need in today's tournament, because it's not like everyone is bringing aggro, everyone is bringing something else, and this deck can take it all.
I love that. I love the aspect of it being flexible like that. To your point, Darkness kind of throwing in a whole bunch of different pieces. Now, Spooz, you had a similar reaction when you saw the list. Is Darkness's breakdown pretty much what your thoughts are as well as to how this list was put together?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the deck idea because Darkness said it's just looking really versatile, and it has some units that have a really, really big body for just one unit. And actually, this can be pretty good against supply shortage and critical damage combo, because all you need is 1 or 2 of the big 5/5s on board, and you're forcing out that combo from your opponent. And then you can just follow up by another big 5/5, and your opponent has to spend another combo or another removal on that. So the first half of the deck is just looking like fast Heinz deck, but the lower half is just looking like all the big stats, German units with good deployment effects together combined. And yeah, this is the result. It's looking really interesting. And I can't wait to see this in action, hopefully.
Excellent. Well, you've got that whole ramp piece, and then, like you mentioned, it kind of turns into that value aspect where you're forcing your opponent's hands. Any thoughts on this, Ollie?
No, I mean, just a strong deck. Looks like it's high on value. I've been waiting for a deck like this to come up. I feel like there are cards that are really strong in draft, and you see there a lot that can be more effective in tournament deck lists. I think the FW 190 is a great example of that. You know, it's a 5/5 stat, it replaces itself. So as the meta is kind of fluctuating, or at least, you know, it's kind of wide open, and we see that in terms of the amount of diversity of decks that are in today's tournament. I think these cards always shine. Their strength shines in an environment like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how Noen does with that deck today.
Very excited to see that. I'm a big fan of that style of mid-range value sort of list, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on that as well, and maybe stealing that deck list. Last feature list we have here is Birdo Burritos, US Italy. Spooz, take us through it.
Yeah, another interesting and new archetype that we see today, US Italy, in this specific version. I think usually people played it in a ramp style, but if you look at this, the only ramp card I think is the 332nd, the milk truck. I think it's mostly in the deck because it's also providing healing after it got changed now. And yeah, then you just have a lot of control tools. You have the Avenger, B17, you have the We Can Do It for additional healing, you have La Decima, all these big, good Italian control cards. I'm not really sure what the win condition of the deck is, but I think it's just build a big board and then just overwhelm your opponent, or you can also win with US military research maybe. A very interesting deck. It also has 4 second Californias in it. I think it might struggle a little bit against the control decks we see today with the combo that we mentioned already. A lot of times supply shortage, critical damage, because he's not really having anything to unpin his units. And yeah, you can heal them with We Can Do It, but as I said, they're just being pinned over and over again. So I'm excited to see if this deck works out. It looks not that great in the tournament meta that we have today, but maybe I'm wrong and Darkness and Ollie are seeing it differently. I don't know.
Based on Darkness's reaction as you were speaking, I think he sees it very similar to how you do. Is that correct, Darkness, or am I speaking out of turn?
Yeah, I believe supply shortage is a great counter against California Regiment. The only idea I have is with the amount of big units, with the amount of California regiments, La Decima, Avenger, B17, Flying Fortress, Seaborn Invasion. Maybe this deck has more stuff and wins by the just amount of big bodies. If this is able to force out enough of those combos and removals early on, because this deck looks like anti-aggro breaker, like a more heavy control deck. But yeah, again, this new combo will make it difficult for this one. But I'm looking forward to see this in action. Birdo has proven us wrong before. So yeah, there are a lot of different decks, a lot of different ideas. The meta is shifting. I love it, and I can't wait to see all of those decks in action.
And I think, Darkness, you brought up a great point because there are a lot of those slightly more classic sort of lists being brought, but there's a whole lot of decks that add a lot of variety to the meta. So I think a lot of the matchups are going to be really important. Understanding what you need to ban, understanding what your best potential matchup is going head to head against your opponent. And those little nuances might even play out to be a bigger piece of this tournament because of how their deck lists are set up. All
Yeah,
right,
I think like with this, I would say the story of the day is that combo: supply shortage, critical damage, right? Something that gets applied on the board. It means that everything that was on board when it got played is basically gonna die before it moves and does anything, right? So you have two ways to counter that. Either you can pressure with few but big units, right? Force those combos out, or you have enough units to replenish your board and continue with defensive, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how the players navigate that line today. And we've also seen them fall flat in the tournament setting, right?
So I think we did catch most of that, Ollie, but you might have to drive a little closer to the Wi-Fi. But I think we caught most of that, and I think you kind of walked us through that combo pretty darn well. Now, based on the fact that you got some spotty Wi-Fi, I was giving you a bit of a pass on the deck list, but we're gonna look at the player profiles in just a moment. And I know this is one of your favorite parts, so I'm gonna be leaning heavily on you to walk us through some of these players. Because first up, we have TB273.
Yeah, TB273. This is a player we've seen around the top level of cards for quite a while. It feels like 6, 7 months. He's been making it far in opens. He's been making it far in on the ladder as well. First time that we see him truly break through here in the OCC. So you can see 10,000 matches, veteran here that has a lot of experience under his belt, and he played his way through the qualifiers as well, which I always think bodes well. When you get a talented player up through the qualifier, I expect them to do well because they're going to be better adapted to the current tournament meta. It was just last weekend that he made it basically through a field of some strong cards players. So super excited to see how TB does today. 61% win rate, also just very, very good. So excited to see this player represent. I always love new faces in the OCC. We get to see new play styles and new ways of thinking about the game.
Absolutely. And like you said, TB is a veteran of the game. We've seen them, show up from time to time in some of the high-end events, not necessarily a staple, but to your point, Ollie, making it through the qualifier, I think that gives TB a great chance to get some momentum and potentially have a great showing here today.
Absolutely.
Next up we have I believe is a newer player to the tournament scene, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've seen Head show up in the OCC as of late.
No, this is a new name for me at least. I believe I've seen him maybe once before, but again, a very strong player, veteran of the game, has been around 13,000 matches plus. That's a lot of matches. Maintaining above 60% win rate just shows you that this is a player that can put themselves in that class of elite players. Finished the season fourth, so now he's at least proven to they've proven to themselves that they can make it into the OCC if they put in the time and effort. So as with many other players, it's going to be interesting to see if Head continues to go for that top 6 spot, or if he continues to vie for the OCCs, and if we might possibly even see them break through in opens as well.
And I've got Mark via sending me notes here. So apparently, Head was top 16 in an Open. So has shown up before, but I think that top 4 finish is pretty outstanding for somebody who's a little bit newer to the game. So I'm excited to see how Head performs today. Next up, we have no stranger both to the tournament scene as well as the broadcast. We have fellow Canadian Birdo Burrito.
Yeah, Birdo Burrito here. I think he came out the first time that he kind of broke through into the competitive scene, and he was known as J King's disciple, right? It was a real life friend of J King, kind of got him over into the game, and he very quickly became very competitive at the game. You can see, he only has, I say only, but in the context of these OCC veterans, right? He only has 7,700 matches. But despite that, he has a 70% win rate. And I think with that many matches and that win rate, just tells you that he put in the effort from day one to be a really, really good player.
Absolutely. This isn't somebody who was figuring it out as they went. This was somebody who was, taken under J King's wing, put in the games, learned quickly, and has been a mainstay on the tournament scene. Done a couple broadcasts with us, representing Team Ammo. That is Birdo Burrito. And speaking of J King, next up we have another Canadian. A lot of North American presence this time around. We have J King coming in again. No stranger, finishing second in the season. Nothing new here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like attach too much of Birdo's success to J King, but having someone like J King in your corner, or at least in the ability for you to just DM them some thoughts about the game, is going to benefit anyone, right? J King is one of those players. He has done things that no other player has done in cards. He won 11 out of 12 seasons last year. He was the world champion. He's won 5 or 6 OCCs and opens. He's done it all within the cards tournament scene. Now he's backpacking across Europe, and he's still consistently making it to the top of the ladder. He's still performing in the OCC tournaments, and I would say J King's ability to just constantly stay relevant, be mostly unmatched outside of the elite few players that we've seen consistently in these OCCs and opens.
Absolutely. And to your point, backpacking across Europe, played the last OCC from Ireland, playing this one from an internet cafe in Rome. And it's not just being able to play the OCCs from these obscure locations, it's playing the games in between to finish second on the ladder. Like, that is what is impressive to me, getting enough games in to finish on top of the ladder there.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Killswitch. I believe this is the second OCC in a row for Killswitch, coming on pretty strong recently. Finished 11th, did get through the qualifiers, and set up for a great showing here as well today.
Yeah, I mean, Killswitch is a fantastic player, and we saw him make it far in the last OCC. If he didn't just win it, did he just win? I don't remember. Second place, yeah, okay. We saw him grab second place in that OCC. That was also a 5-game series, if I'm not mistaken. Could have gone either way. Now he's back. He also made it through the play-ins. So I think Killswitch is in top form. And I think anybody in the tournament needs to look out for Killswitch right now. He's turned on the switch and he is set to kill. He's going to eliminate some people from this tournament today. So I'm super excited to see if Killswitch continues this run, and he's another one of those players that has been around the top level for a long time. Given looking at his total matches, maybe just didn't put in quite enough hours every month to be in this OCC contention month after month after month. But he's doing that now. We're seeing him here in the top 8, second month running, and it's going to be interesting to see if he challenges any one of the other regulars for their spot here in the OCC month after month.
That's a great point, Ollie. Life happens, right? 8,000 matches is nothing to shake a stick at, but not quite the same as if you look at even our next competitor here, Noen 5, who's well over that 10,000 mark. So representing China, another mainstay of our OCC events here, finishing third this season.
Yeah. Noen 5, a mainstay of the competitive Chinese community of players. I know him as the guy that brought Poland U.S. legions pretty much before and after everyone else. It was one of his favorite decks. What I really like about Noen is it feels like he's one of the players that is best at identifying the moment that he needs to pour on the pressure to find the win perfectly, right? You might see him with like a mid-range or late game deck, but on turn 4, all of a sudden he has many units in your face and he's just slugging away at the HQ. And he has done that over continuing to develop his board, which would be a decision that many players would make. So I think as well, if we're talking about the supply shortage, critical damage combination, Noen 5 is probably my favorite player to see play against that, because I think he's going to be able to find those lines of pouring on the pressure, forcing out that combo, and finding the windows needed to progress across the field and finish a game against that combination.
Absolutely, and that's something I've noticed as well. I think Noen 5 is an absolute master at resource management. Just knowing when to use it, knowing when to hold back, knowing when to jump in, force out a combo, force something out of your opponent to be able to kind of sneak in the back door and take the win. So I think, as always, Noen 5 is going to be a contender here. And our last competitor, another representative of China, we have Cappuccino here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cappuccino multiple times in the OCC. They've always performed extremely well. Another veteran of the game, you can see that 18,217 matches, still rocking a 65% win ratio. Shows you that this is a very highly skilled player at the game. And as always, just look forward to seeing them bring their A game in today's OCC.
And I think something else worth noting is that, you do have a couple competitors from China, a couple from Canada, one from the US, we've got Turkey, we've got Hong Kong represented. You've spoken a lot about the Chinese community working together a lot, testing decks together a lot, and sometimes you end up seeing them bring very similar lists. But do you think part of the diversity we get deck list wise is also the diversity in countries represented here?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely see local metas evolve, and it's just by nature of what information is being shared at any given moment within that closer knit community, right? We've seen very similar attacks from members of Team Ammo in the past. We've seen very similar attacks from members of Team Eastern Front. So this is not something that is unique, but I think it's just the way the conversation happens is that the cards that are being talked about as strong cards, as strong combinations within a specific group of players are more likely to make it into a tournament deck list and then get submitted to a tournament than something that isn't being talked about in that community of players. So I think it makes sense. And I definitely think, that we're getting players from multiple different kind of sub communities in cards will increase the diversity. And even in decks that have the same nations and similar archetypes this tournament, we're seeing bigger differences than we normally would. It's not just one card or two, but it's 4 or 5.
Absolutely. And I know we're getting close to time for the main event, but we have one last thing we wanted to cover. When we showed you the bracket a little bit earlier on, we saw that TV had actually moved on from the quarters into the semifinals. Ollie, do you want to just kind of address the situation and walk us through what went on there?
Yeah, so for this month's OCC, Tang Tang was disqualified. There was a situation that came up during the play-ins where Tang Tang was coaching Evergarden in one of their finals matches for the play-ins. And this is, of course, not in line with what we would call competitive integrity and fair play, particularly because of the fact that card games don't require as much individual mechanics when playing. So the way we view this is that this effectively amounts to cheating and effectively amounts to the fact that the player that they were facing there could have just been playing against Tang Tang instead of playing against Evergarden. As such, both players were disqualified from this tournament and given a stern warning not to do that again in the future. We have updated our rules to better reflect this stance on coaching. Both players did explain that they did not realize and what they were doing at the moment, but both have been very good in having that conversation with us on why this was not okay, how this negatively impacts the tournament, and hopefully moving forward, we won't have a situation like this again. So, of course, sucks that we won't be able to see Tang Tang play today. He is a talented player, but sometimes, goodwill and help can go a little bit too far.
Thank you for clarifying, Ollie. I think to your point, that piece of communication is really key, and having that conversation and clearing up any sort of confusion there is going to go far in the long-term esports scene of KARDS. So let's wrap up this pregame show. Let's get to the main event. Thank you so much, Spooz, Darkness, Ollie. We're going to be joined by Vinny as well momentarily. Our first feature quarterfinal is going to be Head versus Birdo. You're going to have Ollie and Darkness calling that in just a few moments. Thank you so much for checking in to the War Room, and we'll see you all in just a few moments. Welcome everybody to the July KARDS OCC, and boy do we ever have a memorable one for you this month. We have a variety of players from a variety of countries. We have a very unique set of decks. We have J King backpacking through Europe, and we have Ollie in a car. How are you,
Yeah.
Ollie?
No, I'm doing great. I'm doing very good. Huge shout out to John in Yakima, Washington, for letting me use his Wi-Fi and run a power cable from his house to fuel my laptop. Right, so it's all shaping up to be a great day. It's about to crack like 6 a.m. here. We've been up and at it since 4, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
Awesome.
I think like as soon as I saw the deck lists, I didn't even have to struggle waking up at 4 in the morning. I was like ready to go because I think today is going to be an awesome day of games.
Now, Ollie, you mentioned that power cable fueling your laptop, but I have another question for you because I saw you sipping on a Dr. Pepper, fueling yourself with it. Now, normally you go for Monster. Is this just a question of availability, or what's the deal there?
Yeah, it's very much a question of availability. I have like 2 coolers in the camping area here that I can raid, and Dr. Pepper and water was I think what would give me the energy I need to carry through this broadcast. So let's hope that the good old corn syrup in the Dr. Pepper can fuel my body to give you the cast you deserve today.
Between the Dr. Pepper and these competitors, I have no doubt, Ollie, that you're going to have the energy to do so. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket to see who is competing today for the $1,000 prize pool and the title of KARDS KARDS Officer Club Championship for July. God, I'm too excited now. I don't even know what day it is. We have on the top of the bracket, you got TB273 actually moving on to the semifinals. We chatted about that in depth in the pre-show, so you can check out the VOD, and it will be up on the YouTube channel as well if you want more details about that. We're gonna have our first featured quarterfinal, Head versus Birdo Burrito. Ollie, you're gonna be casting that one with Darkness in just a couple of moments. Bottom half of that bracket, J King, Killswitch, Noen 5, Cappuccino. Other than Head here, Ollie, we've got a pretty solid list of competitors that we've seen time and time again in the OCC.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Head and TB273 are both relative newcomers to the OCC. Both have been in top 16s and opens before, but as we talked about in the pre-show as well, both are experienced and good players in their own right. It's gonna be super interesting to see if we get 2 of the newer players making it on into the semifinals there. That would always be fun. I think Head does have a tough task ahead of him though, taking on Birdo. I think Killswitch also, after an amazing run last OCC, he's now round 1 up against J King. That's going to be a tough one, but he's shown that he's able to take out top tier competition. So, and then we have the battle of the Chinese players there at the bottom. Noen 5 taking on Cappuccino, and I think as much as Cappuccino constantly impresses me with their ability to make it into the OCC consistently, we haven't seen the level of results being produced in the tournament that I would want to see from them to be able to call them like a clear favorite here against Noen 5. I think Noen 5 is one of the players that shows up on game day, and I think a fluid meta where there actually are variations in what is happening and people are trying out different things suits Noen 5 really well. He's the theory crafter along with being a good pilot. So I would give the slight edge to Noen 5 there on the bottom half of the bracket.
And You know, speaking of being a theory crafter, we did go through some of our featured decks in the War Room in the pre-show. We went through the player profiles. So if you're looking to get more information on exactly who these competitors are, you've got all those details in the pre-show. Check it out. The VOD, it'll be up on the YouTube channel this week. Don't miss it an hour before the OCC and the Opens. All right, that's my last plug for my own show that I have here that goes on before these events. But Ollie, you and Darkness are going to be calling Birdo against Head. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you with Darkness.
All right, welcome. I seem to have found the right spot for my laptop where I could secure the Wi-Fi. Maybe someone walked in between me and the transmitter, but we'll see. Darkness, we're about to bring Head and Birdo Burrito here. What do you think about this matchup?
Oh, I'm very happy to see Birdo Burrito back in the action, back in KARDS esports. It's been quite a while, the last time seeing him on stage. So it's good to see him back. So I'm a little bit biased here. But with Head, there's a new player in the OCC in this tournament stream, and I always love that. I always want to see new people, new talents coming into the OCC. And why don't we just have a look at the deck list so we can see what they are bringing today. So this is Head's first deck. It's a very classic deck. It's Japan, Germany, J-aggro. It's a very fast, very aggressive deck, and not the typical line of J-aggro, because this deck is using the type 97 Shintoyo, the 3/3 tank with Blitz. Most top player are not using it, but for 3 credits with 1 operation cost, a tank with 3/3 stats is relatively strong. So I'm actually a little bit surprised why no one else is playing that. But yeah, everything else is just J-aggro. Looking at the second deck Head is bringing, it's a complete different archetype. It's control. German Italy control with a lot of removals, like Lion for Day, Root Out the Enemy, even some discard with Wolfpack, and the full control combo with 2 Penta-G, no, it's only 1 Penta-G, I'm sorry, 1 Penta-G, the Jagd Bomber, but 2 Annihilations, 2 times La Decima, 1 Leopold, and 1 King Tiger. So this deck is very heavy and has a lot of control aspects. Definitely one of my favorite decks to play, to experience. And the third deck is one of the most famous and most successful decks last tournament months. It's Brittly Air. The typical Brit Air list, but with Italy as a second ally, bringing you the little Fiats, and on top of that Marinostrum to give you extra speed and extra spice to the typical air deck. So this is definitely one of the strongest decks we know from last month, but maybe it's not that strong against the new combo with supplies shortage and critical damage. But we will see. We will see old against new, and Head versus Birdo Burrito. Now looking at Birdo's decks, he's bringing as well German Italy control. This one is a little bit teched more against aggro. As you can see, he's running 2 times Careless Talks, 3 Sunstrikes from the deep, and of course the 998th Infantry Regiment, only 1 Bologna Regiment, so not full against aggro, but 2 times without the enemy, and of course all of the control stuff as well. Very similar to Head's list, but a little bit more teched against aggro. So could be interesting in the matchups against J, aggro, and air. The second deck we already covered in the pre-show. It's USA illy control with only 3 ramp cards, but yeah, a lot of control for example those Californias. Well, we talked about that the new combo, the combo of today, supply shortage and critical damage could easily kill those Californias, but Head is not running this combo, so Birdo could have the advantage here with this deck, or maybe not. Maybe aggro is just too fast for the classic classic US ramp, of course. Maybe for Birdo's new US control as well. We need to see that. And last but not least, we will see Britain US ramp. And this makes me so happy, because this is my favorite combination and archetype. It's Brit control with ramp, with a lot of value, a lot of elites. It's definitely an expensive deck, but it's very versatile, very potential, and the new combo is just added here. 3 pieces of supply shortage and critical damage. Yeah, I want to see this in action right now. So, Ollie, can you tell me when are we going to start? First, we need to see the bands, right? Do you have the bands?
I do not have the bands at the ready. We're waiting. Oh, I hear in my ear that we do have the bands ready. So it looks like we're just about ready to head on into the match there. There you can see it. Head has gotten his Britain list banned out. Birdo gotten his USA list banned out. So we're not going to see the USA control list go up against the deck lineup here from Head. So potentially Birdo having something, good in his lineup of decks there, at least against the field that Head has been bringing. So, yeah, what do you think about these bans, Darkness?
Interesting. The new US German list, I don't know how scary this is, but if you're unsure about a matchup, this is also a big factor. So you tend to ban this if there's a big factor of surprise, or if you simply don't know how to play around a deck about the win conditions of your opponent. You're safe to ban this. I believe this is what Head to do. Just ban the unknown factor here. And Birdo is banning the probably strongest list of Head, because it's most potential list with Brit Air. Birdo should be ready to take Head's J aggro. His control list, German control, is very tagged against aggro, and the new combo will be a pain in the ass of J aggro as well. So I'm looking from Birdo's perspective. He's targeting J aggro definitely. Head on the other side with his control should be able to manage Birdo's control. It's more tagged, more heavy tagged, and he needs to win this for sure. Well, he will probably win this, but yeah, he's starting with J aggro, so maybe he figured out J aggro is the most critical one. He definitely needs to win this somehow, and we are starting with J aggro against Brit ramp.
Yeah, so a question that I have here is, that supply shortage and in relation to the Type 97 3/3 Blitz tank, right? I feel like the 3/3 Blitz tank becomes infinitely more valuable now that the supply shortage critical damage combo is in, because it's able to blitz from hand, make it all the way across the field, and deal damage to face. And I feel like that just becomes more valuable as you start having these combinations available that can do something to basically stop you from progressing across the field. And if you're playing something slower like an infantry unit or a tank that takes a turn to activate, that's just an extra opportunity to stop that from ever dealing damage.
This is true. I want to cover as piece a view about this particular matchup. I believe Birdo's Birdo's German list is way stronger against J aggro. So Head has the advantage with his J aggro, maybe. We just saw the first combo piece of Birdo Burrito damaging everything and pinning. This leads Head to flood the board and bring it on to the battlefield, to the front line. But Birdo Burrito has shelling in hand, being able to kill everything with shelling. 4 units dead, and also get rid of 1 credit slot of Head. So actually this is looking very nice for Birdo Burrito. Although he's running short of cards, he really just needs to ramp now and refill next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he already
yeah.
already has the Lend-Lease in hand, so very well set up to do just that. Now it's just a question of how much burn and how much damage can Head deliver over the next few turns, because I feel like we're heading quickly in a direction where Birdo is going to be taking over the match, already holding 8 credits against Head's 4. So,
Honey!
oh, yeah, that's not a great card to see if you're Head.
It's Hani plus Lend-Lease should be the combination here. This will not only draw 4 cards, but give Birdo Burrito back 4 HP. I wonder what he's thinking about right now. Maybe he's looking to play supply shortage, because this debuff needs 4 turns to kill the first signal regiment, and the sooner the better. But yeah, no way you can miss this chance.
Yeah, I mean, what's the answer here for Head? I mean, you see that he's pulling the Feigned Retreat, and I feel like if he wants to deal enough damage to get this over with, he kind of needs to just play the Feigned Retreat almost, it feels, on curve, so that he's able to potentially get enough burn out of the first signal regiment by being able to flood the board on coming turns.
Yeah, the first signal regiment is a very big factor, a very big burn factor, and Frightened Retreat is usually necessary, because if you look at Head's hand, the 2 Arados are doing nothing. They're not drawing any cards, not really adding a lot of damage to the field. He want to keep the Sendai regiment for the Grand Guards, I believe. Yeah, Birdo's running 2 Grenadier Guards, so it would hurt him to just throw the second Sendai away. The first one only got... Oh, here's the second combo, critical damage and supply shortage. So all units are getting damaged and pinned now. Look at that. The support line is blocked for the next 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, also that Blackwatch actually comes in pretty clutch, because it removes the ability to just rip off the Feigned Retreat this turn.
Exactly. Looks like Birdo's deck had enough to withstand the early aggressions of J aggro. Sometimes it happens that you are just unable to do anything against J aggro and instantly lose because you're not having the right cards at the right time. But with this early ramp leading into a small credit advantage, killing the first wave, killing the second wave with shelling, and now going to establish a board, this looks very good for Birdo Burrito so far. Well, Head is just pinning Blackwatch here to not let Birdo block the front line. The Quartermasters.
Yeah, I mean,
If you have
the
he needs some card draw, and the Quartermasters are just giving him card draw with ramp.
Yeah, and I was gonna shout out the move there from Head that he deployed the 21st Infantry Regiment to basically have it die at the start of his next turn, um, so that he could get the proc there from the first signal. But the Wrath Lightning denying that there from Birdo. So interesting plays on both sides. Birdo is not taking any chances, that's for sure.
Definitely. Birdo is playing very calm. There's already the second Sender Regiment being played. Well, there are tons of options for Birdo Burrito here. He could go for card war with Raider, for card war with Rentleys. He could even go for killing the bicycle regiments and going into the front with Blackwatch to buff the Blackwatch and deal critical damage with the research.
I mean, I believe he's setting that up.
Synthetic rubber, yeah.
Yeah, I believe he's setting that up.
Does he have the credits for it? Yes.
Yeah.
And as long as Head is not significantly reducing the HP of the Blackwatch, this could be lethal next turn.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that he has to actually hit the Blackwatch with is that single. Oh no, wait, the support line just opened up more.
Yeah, but there are no blitz units. He can get Arado and some card draw. So there are some orders left. I believe Desperate Measures and Bombing Raid. So this could help him dealing with the Blackwatch situation here. At least the Desperate Measures. But Bombing Raid, there's a bigger target for Bombing Raid, killing the honey. Because the HP is more important for Head right now.
Yeah. That's
the
true.
First Arado being played. It's a Bombing Raid. The Bombing Raid is killing the honey. Yeah, as expected. And he's playing the nade. But this opens up the possibility for Birdo here. He has the Pioneer, so the radar is reduced. He's calling it Royal Research. Tier 1, going to Tier 2, expanded Royal Research, Synthetic Rubber onto the Blackwatch. This makes it 10-10, and this is exactly 20 damage for Birdo here, leading to an 1-0 against Head in the most crucial matchup in the series.
Yeah, well played by Birdo. I would say not a whole lot of options for Head to actually have an impact on the match there. They kind of drew everything that they wanted to draw. Just Birdo's deck was just better, right? I mean, I don't know if we just saw Birdo absolutely draw the nuts there, turn after turn, or if the variance in what he could have drawn within that matchup wouldn't have mattered, and he would have just taken over the game anyway. Of course,
I believe the RNG Jesus was on his side. He had turn 2 War Machine, turn 4 Shelling, and 2 times Land Lease to refill with honey. This was beneficial, as well as the combination of supply shortage and critical damage we talked about earlier. He was able to play this combination twice, and he's only running 3 copies of each card in his deck. So he definitely drew very well, but also he executed his play, his match very well, didn't make mistakes, and was calmly playing for his victory. Definitely deserved here.
All right, we see Head sticking with the Jagro deck here, now going up against the German anti-aggro deck here from Birdo, and Birdo already with 2 sudden strikes and a root out in hand.
Yeah, this looks good for Birdo here. Also, Head started, and he's able to deliver a ton of damage. Look at that, 4 damage instantly. Birdo can kill 1 unit, but there will be 3 damage again next turn, forcing him to deal with this later.
Is there healing in this deck from Birdo?
Nostrum, I believe. Let me check. There are 3 Nostrums, yeah. So there is healing, but it takes some time for Birdo to be able to place a unit onto the field, finding Nostrum and then healing. He really needs to survive. But now turn 3 for Head, he's able to drop the type 97. And this one is a little bit crucial because you can't kill this with Sunstrike. Root Out is not killing it. So this tank is kinda sticky for J aggro, what makes this very dangerous for Birdo right now. Head is not playing the type. Interesting. Just a key nade. Well, this gives him a little bit of card draw in case of a mass removal, like Root Out next turn, yeah. Birdo just played the Heinkel. And although this is being traded instantly, this saved Birdo 2 HP of his HQ. What is definitely necessary here. And now the Root Out comes in, killing 3 units. And Birdo found the Nostrum. It's looking a little bit better. It's looking a little bit better for Birdo here, not just one-sided for Head. But it's still close. This game can turn very quickly. If Birdo is able to drop the Panther and this will stick with Nostrum, he can heal a lot. But on the other side, Head has a lot of possibilities here. He can blitz out the Shinto, dealing 3 damage. There's also an infantry unit in the Panzer 35T. Birdo's HP is running very low.
Yeah, it is running low, but that Panther G plus Nostrum, it's gonna be too big of a bite.
Yeah,
for Head
7.
to deal with, right? That's 7 health. It's gonna take multiple attacks. He's gonna be able to heal at least 14 off of that.
As long as Head is not finding Sendai Regiment, because you can't target this tank with orders. And Nostrum comes in, killing the Shinto plus 7 HP. This was huge. And this combination, Panther G not being able to target by orders with Nostrum, it's so crucial for your opponent. Head could have the ability, but Birdo choose to play the Panther G. It's more safe to play that, and it's more damage, of course. He could have played the U66? 88? 88. And this wouldn't be that strong. Birdo again killed another unit, again plus 7 HP. He already healed for 14. By now he would have been dead without the Nostrum on the Panther G.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if Head should have taken the chance there on the Akita to see if he could double roll it, but I mean, right now Birdo is just gonna attack with the Panther G into the Type 94, and he's gonna heal for free for 7, right? You won't be able to outburn this heal if you just let him get these hits off for free.
Yeah, Head really needs to kill that Panther G, but currently he's just unable to kill it. Even the Akita, the Akita could kill it.
Yeah, if it procs.
If it procs on this would kill him. Now Birdo is playing another unit to hopefully like to have another target for the proc, and it's not hitting. There's the Sunday Regiment. This is way too late. Birdo already healed so much and has 20 plus HP.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
the Panther G is gonna die now because the JU-88 is located in the middle. It can be targeted with the bombing raid. The question is just, do you pop 2 sudden strikes? No, 2 surprise attacks as well on the GU-88 and just clear the board?
Birdo realized he didn't play the round bombing raid. But I don't believe it's a big deal here. Even if the Panther G would have been in the middle, so the bombing raid couldn't target the middle, Head would have targeted the HQ and just killed the U-88 with surprise attacks.
Yeah.
And this would have dealt 1 extra damage to Birdo Burrito's HQ. So actually this outcome is 1 HP better for Birdo here by not playing around bombing raid. But you should always play around bombing raid.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be in close matches. It could become the difference between victory or defeat. So, definitely not something that you just want to leave up to chance. But now another Mare Nostrum being found, plus basically gets both of those units out. They have Blitz, and one of them gets buffed +2/+2 because he has no other units on field there, Birdo. Desperate Measures, not good enough to deal with this, so we're going to have to see Head pull out potentially Desperate Measures plus a Sendai. I save the Desperate Measures, that's pretty good. But now 1 Sendai has been used, and there's a King Tiger sitting in hand there for Birdo Burrito, plus a Mare Nostrum. So a couple of turns, and all of a sudden he could be healing for a whole lot more than 7 each turn.
So he's using Admiral Hippo on his own unit to redeploy it after he attacked to buff it, and preventing a card draw from Head. Head really needs his card draw. And he only found Desperate Measures and Bombing Raid so far, and already used both Arados, so there's not a great chance of getting the card draw he needs, while Birdo Burrito has an stunning board and another Mare Nostrum unit in hand. Head only can kill the Ledecima, play Desperate Measures, but it's not enough. Yeah, Birdo Burrito being able to win against J aggro 2 times with the combo of today, critical damage and supply shortage, and his anti-aggro German elite control. Congrats to Birdo. We will see him in the semi-final again.
Yeah,
and
he's gonna be taking on. He's gonna be taking on TB273 in the semifinals. So, well played by Birdo. Good decks. Looks like he's able to deal with a wide range of decks there.
Looks like he is. Next will be J King against Killswitch, and for this I will toss this back to Christo and Big O.
Based on chat, Ollie, it seems like you being in a car is overshadowing this whole event. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That was a great matchup.
No. I don't know if you noticed, but I had to fight off a mosquito in the middle of that match.
I mean,
but, you know,
fighting off the mosquito, I've slowly watched the sun rise behind you, so it's been quite majestic to see you out there in nature casting a KARDS esports event. So I mean, that was a heck of a matchup. It's unfortunate that Head could not, continue to proceed in one of their first OCC appearance. I mean, Birdo, it felt like maybe in game 2 had a little bit of adversity to overcome, but felt like Birdo had that under wraps pretty much the whole series.
Yeah, I feel like the decks that are being brought here are just gonna crush Jaggro, right? I think that was Head's issue. And you know, you saw it in the in the first
We're
game.
losing you, Ollie. We're losing you.
Felt, yeah, Birdo did get the right cards, the right time.
And you're
I'm
sort of
right.
back. And you're gone again. All right, let's take a look at the bracket while Ollie finishes his thought, and the Wi-Fi in nature pulls it from whatever tree it is
I'm
being
back.
stopped on.
Should be back. Okay, there
So
we go.
there we are. There we are. Ollie is
Okay.
back. We just saw Head and Birdo go head to head, no pun intended. With Birdo taking that win, going to be going up against TB273 in the top semifinal. Next up, we're going to have J King versus Killswitch. We have Vinny and Spooz ready to call that one, Ollie. So let's let you sort out whatever trees are blocking your Wi-Fi. And we'll kick it over to Spooz and Vinny for this next matchup.
Thank you, Christo and Ollie, for just heading it over to us. With me last month, in the top 8. Today on my side, you're casting J King versus Killswitch. Vinny, good to have you here on my side. How are you doing? You're muted, by the way. The Christo Classic. Still not working. Okay. Maybe until Winnie can sort out his mic problems there, maybe we can already take a look at the matchup there. J King 7, 5 times OCC winner, taking on against Killswitch, which was last OCC's finalist. And yeah, we just take a look at the list here from J King first. I think, no, we did not take a look at any of J King's list so far. The first deck for J King here, a Soviet Britain control deck. Very typical deck for J King here. Soviet main, Britain ally with the new supply shortage critical damage combo in it. Very control heavy deck, just a perfect playstyle for J King. And yeah, I think we can switch to the next one. And the other deck is a very typical deck for J King in the past OCCs so far. Whoa, is that Vinny?
Hello?
Who's? Yeah, nice.
We checked before, remember? We checked. I was like, can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened, but continue. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm just continuing with J King. I'm heading it over to you for Killswitch decks. So yeah, I just started saying that in the past OCCs, J King very often brought Britain, Germany handlock decks, and also vice versa with Germany main and Britain ally. And that's exactly what we see here again, but just with the addition of critical damage and supply shortage added to the deck. I think the deck is also just named handlock, but better. So I think J King really improved the deck by just adding these 2 cards, because it's really a strong control tool, can completely shut down your opponent's aggression, and yeah, that's what we're seeing in this list. And the third list from J King, I already mentioned it. It's just similar archetype, but with switched ally nations, or with switched nations. It's just Germany, Britain handlock with MI5, Wolfpack, U16, all these annoying cards you don't want to play against. And I think it could be really good against Killswitch lineup, which hopefully Winnie can lead us through.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this Germany-France burn deck from Killswitch, which is what, the first or second time we've ever seen this deck in OCC? This deck just focuses on burning down the enemy's HQ with direct damage, and I think that this time around for this OCC that we see some Western players, I would say, ahead of the meta. I think Killswitch went 2 steps ahead of the meta, essentially saying, I actually don't want to play any units because of how overpowered the critical damage supply shortage combo is. So we'll see throughout all of his deck selection that he's trying to end the game with burn. And I think that might work very well for him, especially since J-King is completely focused on abusing that critical damage supply shortage combo. And Killswitch's Germany, France burn deck has more burn than any deck in the entire game, and has a lot of draw, which is key against the handlock, right, with the Phony Wars and Enigmas.
Yeah.
If we can see the second deck, we've got the Credit Denial Commando. Also, I have actually, maybe this is why my mic died, I'm not sure, but I booted up KARDS to play 2 matches with, I played Killswitch's deck and I played J-King's, we'll see, you saw his Soviet deck. And I ran into this Killswitch deck on ladder, and the Soviet deck did very poorly. I will say if I had drawn the Engineers to heal out of range of Commonwealth, I was able to heal out of range of Commonwealth. However, the Commando damage overwhelmed me because I didn't draw the Engineers. So I think that this is a sick deck that Killswitch has got against J-King here. The Credit Denial really hurts against these slow control decks that J-King has because they don't have ramp, right? Not like we saw at Birdo.
Yeah.
And this Commando deck is, of course, looking to pepper you down with those pings, heal over 30, and just end it with Commonwealth. And then his last deck, we're going to see another France deck, only player bringing France this time, and that is the good old Resistance. Again, he did not want to play units. He's trying to avoid that critical damage supply shortage, while also still maintaining a decent matchup against the aggro decks that we traditionally see from the Chinese players. So this is, love it or hate it, it arguably got nerfed out of the meta after they but severely hurt scouting. What's the healing card called again? Whatever it's, the 4K heal, right, from Japan. That card got hard nerfed.
Long range desert, long range recon. Yeah.
Long range recon, yes, thank you. Long range recon, LRR. Yeah, that card. We used to see that card all the time. Now we almost never see it. So that was a huge hit to the deck, but I think Killswitch made a great meta call, expecting more control than aggro, saying, hey, maybe I don't even need the heal. Maybe I just need burn. And this is another deck with Last Rites is just absolutely chock full of burn. So I'm not sure what I ban here if I'm J-King. I think maybe actually you ban the Germany-France because it's got too much draw. Maybe you can get lucky and dodge the Phony Wars against Resistance, but dodging Enigma and Phony War, that's probably asking too much.
Yeah, I'm also doing a little bit. I'm having a hard time just choosing which deck each player might ban, because I think that both handlock decks are also good against, for example, that Britain-Japan Commandos deck. I played that a while on ladder on Friday, and
Really?
I mean, in comparison to Killswitch, I played with Observer Core, and Killswitch is playing with Cup of Tea, for example. If you get these early credit denials in, even then, you very often find yourself in a situation where you just don't have enough draw. And if J-King can just bring in early use 16s into wolf packs, it could be a hard time for Killswitch to do the commando combos. For the commandos, you need a lot of cheap orders to get these damage in. And if you don't have the correct hand combos in hand, it can be very hard to come back into the game.
I think it's going to depend on maybe who goes second, actually having a big favor in that matchup, because I think it was you and we cast J-King against Dion, I want to say, a couple OCCs ago, where Dion played this exact type of list without the combo, and he crushed J-King with his Commandos deck against draw denial. So I would have to say I favor Commandos hugely. I think that it has too much draw, and Killswitch has a lot of draw in it. So let's just let's see how it goes.
Yeah, actually we see the bans here. J-King gets his Soviet Britain control list banned, and
I don't like that
Killswitch
at all. I don't like that at all. Why would you ban that? Would you ban that, Spooz? Banning the Soviet from J-King?
I'm not sure. I mean, if you are confident against the handlock matchups, I think it's your only option there, because it's the only deck that is not playing handlock. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Killswitch is confident to win this matchup, and therefore he goes for the Soviet one. I don't know.
Yeah, J King went with the ban I predicted. Germany, just absolutely nothing to remove. Too much draw, too much burn. Definitely the right call on that ban. But I would have to favor Killswitch here. Who are you favoring?
Yeah, actually, I think Killswitch, especially with the France resistance deck being left, which is really good against the. Yeah, like J King's Handlocks deck are playing a lot of removal, like Sudden Strikes and Flame Panzers. So he has not much to target it with. So he's very often having a lot of dead cards in hand. And yeah, I think Killswitch can take this away, but I think it's not that obvious that he's having the matchup here. I think he's maybe having a slight advantage, but I mean he's up against 5-time OCC winner J King, so
Right.
it
I mean,
should be a
King,
hard nut to crack.
right. J King has so much OCC success. That has to be scary. However, we just saw Killswitch get second, outperforming J King last OCC, right? So, Killswitch, great player. I've been practicing with him, helping him refine his decks and such. So, I trust him. I think he's prepared. I think he targeted. I would go so far as to say he would target J King with this lineup. So, and he's got a lot of draw in this opening hand.
Yeah, that's what you really need, and I mentioned it earlier. If you don't get your draw cards and your opponent is hitting you with all these draw denial, you have a hard time. But looks like J King is not having any of these. And where's J King this time? Holy, that background is a graffiti. Is he in a skater hall?
I could not tell you.
But very good find here with the Pioneers even. So you can just... Oh, it's just turn 2 already. So one turn too late, unfortunately, for Killswitch here. But still very good.
Yeah, you would have loved to play Convoy in turn 2, but
look at
I'm never
J
complaining
King's
to the
hand.
Pioneers. Yeah, J King's hand. This is why I favor Killswitch so hugely. It's so much removal, and okay, and so what? I don't need units to win with this deck. J
So
King
he can
probably
just
planning out.
shut down the whole board twice now. As he's having 2 critical damages, 2 supply shortages. So whenever Killswitch is developing a board here, J King can just shut it down. But on the other hand, the commandos, you don't want to move or attack with them. They're just there and dealing damage, right? So all this pinning is not doing a lot against them.
Not at all. And you mentioned how you were playing Obs Core in your version. However, Killswitch is playing the Cup of Teas, which I prefer. Yeah. I mean, I might even play both, but the Cup of Teas, it doesn't matter that my commandos can't move as long as they have enough HP to keep living and pinging, right?
Yeah.
So that's
absolutely
gonna
good
come
point.
in clutch.
Killswitch decides to bring in the Crusader.
And how do you remove this as J King? You don't.
Yeah, not instantly, right? So you can get from next turn, you can constantly get value out of it. Even playing in Night Raid here, probably, or just Daylight Bombing. Some good options next turn for Killswitch.
Yeah, if he can get credit denial rolling, and J King can't play Panther next turn, Sexton next turn, then you're not happy with that, J King. Okay, he's ripping one already to make hand space, I would argue. Because otherwise he'd be overdrawing, right?
Yeah, at some point you have to play something, and I think that was exactly what J King was doing here. Also keeping that Crusader away from, I don't know, maybe getting synthetic rubber later. But also mostly for just getting hand space, but not having any draw in hand. Oh, there's a wolf pack.
There's a wolf pack, but I have, what, 8 cards in hand and a Crusader on board?
Yeah. Who cares about a wolf pack when you have that kind of board? Also convoy in hand, so not the greatest situation for J King so far. Tough start into the match. Killswitch definitely having the advantage at the moment.
Just about the worst start, in fact, especially with that Southern Plan draw. Just about the worst start possible. What are you doing here? Southern Plan and ripping a critical combo, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, but if Killswitch decides to go Southern Plan, Daylight Bombing, J King cannot even operate this Pentagy. Oh no, I confused it with the Pentagy. My mistake. But
I just didn't really want to lose a draw. Okay, he is going to rip the combo. Moving up. I like
You don't
that, right?
even need
Because
the supply shortage, just
Mhm.
really, because even every commando hit just pins this
that's
Panther
true.
G there, Panther A.
I
But still
wonder.
deciding go for it.
No, probably not. I was gonna say, I wonder if it's ever worth just playing the critical damage first and then using a daylight bombing like instead of using a supply shipment to pin it. You know what I mean? To pin the Panther. That
Yeah.
might have been better because then he denies the credit.
He also just wants to cycle through his deck, and that's why he plays as many of the cheap orders as possible. Because he really needs to find his Commonwealth, but at the moment he's in a spot
Yeah,
where
yeah.
he's at the risk of overdraw, right? He's having 9 cards in hand. Every order that he's playing now, I mean, he's having Southern Plan. So Southern Plan is not making the Crusader draw, so he can reduce the hand size to 8.
That's the biggest thing he's got going for himself, I would say, is that, or like J King has going on his side, is that just 20 HP on Killswitch. He hasn't healed at all.
Yeah.
And Killswitch, I think, was so concerned about drawing, he's actually packing, I want to say, 4 Convoy, 2 Lend-Lease in a Crusader Commando deck, which is a lot, but only 2 Fortification. Might that
Yep.
prove too little to...
Yeah, when I tried this deck on Friday, I
Yeah.
originally packed 0 fortifications and just 3 honeys and the Crusaders, and I found out it's just not enough healing, especially when your
Yeah.
opponent is dealing damage. I mean, in this matchup where J King is just controlling the ward basically and not dealing a lot of damage to the face, it is not that necessary, but most of the time, like you really have to have whether a Lend-Lease and a few honeys on board to get a lot of healing, or Crusader honey and some orders. And I think, yeah, the more fortifications, the better, I think.
I just want to go on record that if Killswitch overdraws a key card right now, he made a huge mistake. I cannot... Why isn't he playing Southern Plan? Why isn't he valuing this credit denial? Credit denial
Yeah.
is inherently more valuable early, and now he's going to overdraw. That's a pretty important overdraw. It's not Commonwealth. That is not good. That is not a good overdraw.
Yeah, I think that was a slight mistake there, not playing the Southern Plan and reducing his hand size to 8 again, so he can draw the important cards. Like, what if he overdraws the Commonwealth here? I think he's in a
I
really
would
tough
just...
spot.
you would have to give up, frankly. Well, no, you don't have to give up, right? You could... He's got Rule Britannia in here, right? I think. He's got an alternate win condition. But man, you would have to feel really silly if you overdrew it there. And this is going to be a long series, by the way, guys. So.
Not playing Rule Britannia, no.
He's not. Okay.
Yeah, it's only the Commonwealth. Commonwealth or nothing. Yeah, now he plays it.
Now he doesn't have enough credits to like also put a Ultra down though. But J
I'm really
King's a really
confused
good
by the
player. He
highlights
might
on the
play
card.
around it.
Like usually all the cards you can play are just highlighted, and now almost everything is highlighted or nothing is highlighted. I'm a little bit confused, but it might be just the spectator mode. And
Ooh.
J King going in with the discard machine.
That might not be that bad, honestly. Losing Lend-Lease, he's got so much draw. This is what he prepared for, right? This is why he's playing so much draw. Might be fine.
But at the moment, it's not looking that great for Killswitch, not having a commando on board. His hand is...
Well,
I don't
the
know.
healing is what I'm worried about for Killswitch. He needs
Yeah.
to heal, and then he can end the game as soon as he hits 12k, really.
Yeah, and he already lost one of his potential heal cards with the research, so he has to rely on the 2 fortifications now.
And the honeys, right? He's got 3 honeys.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
But what if the honeys are all at the bottom and he can't draw to heal with them? It's possible, right? Could get really unlucky.
What I learned out of cards that everything is possible at
That
any
is so
time.
true.
So you can have all 3 honeys at the bottom, and yeah. You just play. Oh no, this was okay. Killswitch looking for the heal, not finding any so far. Instead, he's just finding more draw. Needs to go with these daylight bombings now. Just going for ultra.
Sure. I do not think J King will walk into this. I think J King's good enough that he'll probably rip. Wait, can you? Yeah, he'll just rip critical damage, break it. I was confused because again it wasn't yellow, but I think who knows what that has to do with. Who knows?
Jaking also just having one order in hand. So
Right. Obviously,
that
not a
much
useful
of a
one at
risk
all
here.
right now, too. So if he breaks the Ultra, then I think you're pretty happy with that achievement. I should just play around entirely. I like that. Wait, did J King not activate Ultra? Are you seeing this?
He did not, I think.
He's saving it for the Commonwealth, then.
Yeah, I think so
Probably a
too.
good call.
Yeah. Oh, both hitting Saxon there. But maybe if J-King cannot manage to deal with these commandos, he might just die to commandos damage here.
Also, not impossible. Is
Killswitch,
J King playing any Carpet Bomb, or is he just playing the combo?
I think usually you don't play carpet bombing any longer with the combo in deck.
Yeah, I also ended up doing the same change. But just check.
It's not in the deck.
Okay, so he cannot just instantly wipe these commandos out.
Can bounce them. So Killswitch not having any critical damage left, so this Crusader can only be pinned by the Monty by now.
I'm thinking I'm gonna Commando, Lend-Lease, and I'm gonna have to end up Montying. Because again, no heal, you cannot afford to take any damage right now because you're so far off and you burned your research, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would also go that line there with double Commando, Lend-Lease, and as a backup plan, you just Monty.
Okay, one Commando is fine. It leaves enough credits to still play. Who's he looking to play, really? Oh, Ultra. Wait, but he's gonna overdraw.
Wow.
He's gonna overdraw. He does not have Commonwealth in hand yet. I do not like this. He's scaring me, man. He's scaring me so much. All it takes is one unlucky top deck, and like, and that too is another thing. Is that gets burned. Jesus, he's playing with fire.
Yeah, the odds are getting higher that he's just overdrawing.
Plus, it took 5 to the face. I think Killswitch is kind of can't heal over 30 almost.
At least he found the honey.
He can, but it's so much harder now.
Shutting down the aggression with the super duper combo.
Yeah, the super duper combo, the 4K better than board clear combo.
Yeah. 4K make your opponent surrender combo.
4K make your opponent play no units like Killswitch combo. But I think how many cards does he have left in deck? Can we see that? Or
it has to be 10 or 9.
I'm not sure. It shouldn't be much. So it's getting to the point where he literally has to draw Commonwealth, and you got very fortunate not burning it twice now. But shelling and research were still very bad losses, right?
Yeah.
So who knows? I wonder if Killswitch is going so far as to trying to win without Commonwealth.
Yeah, but he needs way more commandos on board. Or he needs to be the most lucky guy on the planet to just hit every proc to the face there from that one commando.
You said it. I mean, anything can happen in cards, so it literally could happen.
Okay, Monty out of the value.
Yeah, he did not fall for that Ultra at all. Very nice.
That is one commando face hit there.
Southern Plan Convoy. Or just
the last turn where Southern Plan really makes sense, right? The nice credit J-King going to 12, but
yeah, not
doing that much than early in the game.
I feel like Killswitch should stop floating this Ultra every turn. J-King definitely knows it's there. It's not falling for it.
Another face hit. Oh, and J-King with another Wolfpack U16.
J-King must. I think that J-King knows, air quotes, that he has Commonwealth in hand, because otherwise, why else? Oh no!
What did he hit? The Lend-Lease?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, oh god. Always hits the draw card, right?
For real.
And suddenly Killswitch finding himself in a very tough spot here. I mean, also J-King's board is basically pinned every turn now, besides that one lightning
If J-King doesn't hit his own draw, Killswitch might have to win through board. Or Killswitch might be able to win through board with him. Like if J King really continues to draw nothing for a long time,
What do you discard here? Always Southern Plan, right?
always Southern Plan, surely.
Both players with a really awkward hand here. Killswitch not drawing a card this turn due to the hit from the wolf pack there.
I think he has one Crusader left, right? I want to say he has one Crusader left, so that is big.
One Crusader, one Honey, Commonwealth.
One Crusader, one Honey, Commonwealth, maybe one Cup of Tea or something. I don't know. I can't see how many cards are left in this deck.
And I think one Fortification.
Imagine if he didn't like overdraw these cards. Imagine if he had Shelling and Research right now. Research would put him to 30.
Wow, what an important hit from the Commando there. He hit us 1 in 5. Holy moly.
Wow. Oh, wow. Annihilation, but no card in hand. Okay, let's say hypothetically you draw, because there's a pretty high chance, right? If you draw Commonwealth next turn as Killswitch, are you gonna play it just to draw 4 cards or what?
Yeah, that is one of the toughest decisions you have to film in a game like that. Like, do you want to draw to have a chance to maybe establish a board and or kill your opponent with the commando pings?
Oh no!
Okay, now we will find out. I think you
how
have
will
to
he
go
ever?
for it.
You have to, because Killswitch is playing so little heal and he burned heal installed. How are you hitting over 30 now? He's doing it. Well, he's thinking. It's a lot to think about. Everything's on the line here.
I mean, there's no reason to not go for it. Like, even if you top deck the fortification next turn. Oh wait, there was just
you just
2
lost.
cards left anyways.
Okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
you
he
really
gives
lost.
up. Wow.
Well, we have to be honest. We have to be honest. That was not perfectly played from Killswitch, but
Yeah, not at all.
J
really.
King just did the best out of his situation.
Yeah,
Well
something
played.
like, for example, where J King waited so long to play Wolfpack was really good because he noticed that Killswitch put himself in a position where he was overdrawing, right? So
Yeah.
J King let Killswitch overdraw by not playing Wolfpack. Something like that, was a really smart call by J King.
Yeah, you had a feeling, right? Like, Killswitch was so afraid of the wolf pack and all the discard that he wanted to have a full hand, and suddenly found himself in a situation where his hand was just too full, and J King not doing him the favor to play his discard.
Right.
And yeah, suddenly you
we
overdraw
saw
2
it, and
cards.
we saw at the end. Literally, just a radar would have won the game, right? Because he would have been at exactly 30. Boom, right?
Yeah, also synthetic rubber on one of these 5 health.
Sure, that too.
Honey.
Yeah,
So
they actually probably would have done it, right? Because it would have been 9. Yep, it would have been 9. J King was at 9, I think, at the end.
Yeah,
Or
took away a
7 or
lot
something.
of win options there for
Yeah.
Killswitch. And that all just because in one situation he could have played Southern Plan, and I think it could have gone differently.
Yeah, I know. Like,
Maybe he did not see
I'll have
it,
to have
I
a
don't
talk
know.
with Killswitch after this. But, game 2, going second, you want to see that, I think, as Killswitch, because that way you got more cards in hand. J King has less. J King's hand really doesn't do much. And again, this is a great match for Killswitch. Doesn't really need any of his units.
So Killswitch doing J King the flavor here, just giving him more cards into his hand with this nice Vive la Resistance.
Favor? That's not the word I would use for resistance. People have some choice words about resistance, but okay, J King is gonna. Oh no! See that? He lost Comet.
J King not
Yeah,
too
J.
happy
King
losing the Comet there.
is by far one of the worst cards he could have lost. Maybe the worst card, in fact.
Interesting that he did not chose to just get the damage there, because he's having fortifications in the deck.
I think J King knows that because his deck has so much removal and Killswitch has so much burn that he's not gonna win a fatigue game anyway. So I think J King just made a plan before the game even started, and he said, "I'm gonna stick with it no matter what. I have to kill Killswitch before he kills me, right? I'm not gonna win in fatigue." But sometimes you get unlucky, and that's what happened.
Really not good, and J King's hand also not looking perfectly great here. Wait, is he just having another C4 or is it not?
Yeah, I think he's got both in hand. I think. We'll see, I guess, but I think he's got both C4.
Very interesting variant here from Killswitch. Usually you don't play that many units in a
Yeah, you
in
don't.
resistance deck, but
Again,
it's
I
just
think
for the
Mhm.
additional burn, right?
Yeah, I think again, I think he was just like so targeting J King and so ahead of the meta that he said, "Hey, maybe I don't need all the AoE that Resistance usually plays, like Tora Tora, because other people are also not going to be playing small units because of the critical damage supply combo, right?" That was his thought process, but
Yeah, good point there. Yeah. Don't need Tauros when your opponent is not playing small units.
mhm.
And it's just 2 credits for 1 damage, and there are better options, like the Mido, for example, which is guaranteed 2 damage to face, and you have a body on board.
Plus signal synergy, which we are already seeing right now.
Yeah. How many fortifications is J King running in that deck?
2? Well, let me check.
It's 1.
1. Oh,
1
that's
fortification.
it then. He's playing no honeys from what I remember, right?
Nope.
That's it.
That-
Then
that
this is
was
all
his-
the HP J King will have for the rest of the game, which is never what you want to be doing against Resistance.
I mean, at the moment he's sitting at 24 comfortably, but if we look at the hand there's a Liberation, there's a Bombing Raid, and also last rights waiting in his deck. That is a lot of damage. That C4 is doing a lot of work here for J King.
Yeah, good old C4.
Also, the Utsumatsu, however this thing is called, is a good tech against J King's deck. That is basically, I don't know, 70% orders.
Yeah, we saw players go for a lot of anti-order techs. We even saw Ha go in. Well, we're not going to see it on stream unless he wins his match, but we see Ha go in self damage. That's how anti-order people are playing. We see the return of Blackwash. We see Utsunomiya Regiment. Lots of anti-order techs, and I like it. Trying to play around that supply shortage.
Yeah, if we just look back to the last OCC war where everybody was just playing the same decks, and suddenly, just because one card was added to
one card.
added to the game, suddenly we have 20 different decks, and yeah, I really like to see this. Yeah, J King's face says it all.
Yeah, he's
Really-
sticking with that plan, as we can see. His plan is, I need to... J King is just hitting fire discards, but to be fair, it's not the best. Phony War would have been best.
What are Killswitch options here? Just move units to the front line. I think you don't go Phony War.
Play
This?
Utsunomiya. Right? Make J King get burned every time he plays an order. And play it before the Leopold can come out.
Yeah, I agree with that play. Move the 4/4 to the front line and then...
Yeah, especially since you saw him discard Comet. Might as well move it to the front line too. Ooh.
Let's go kicker here.
I don't think he can get punished too badly. I mean, there's Rafts, which is a really big punish, don't get me wrong, but there's not like a overwhelming force or a partisans or something to steal the Kika's effect. But
Actually,
there's
there's
the
no
punish.
rough. There's no rough in J King's German deck.
Oh, there's
there's
oh yeah, only in his British one then, I guess.
Yeah, so there's
Okay.
not any punish.
Then wow, that was a lucky top deck. There's the Admiral Hipper, but
Yeah, that was the only one to deal with that kicker there. So as long as Killswitch is not discarding that Phony War, he's in an okay spot here. But if J King just snipes that one again...
yeah, it could happen at any moment. 1 out of 3, in fact, if he draws a discard. Pretty high.
Did not. Okay, this board is
Really
not
wish you
doing
played
anything.
the Utsunomiya because the combo is how J King's coming back into this game, right? So it's like at least make him take 4 damage to play the combo. I feel like it's better.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred this over kicker and just leave the kicker for later
And
when you can blitz it out.
Hipper, you take 2 damage and then the Hipper goes off. So J King could be 6 lower right now. And when J King has used all his heal, 6 HP could mean the world.
Yeah, especially if you have so much burn and the kicker left in hand that can just blitz out another 6 damage. There comes the Phony War and Chidden also in the deck, right?
Is J King happy to get Funny Ward here, actually?
That's a good question. I mean, it gives him way more options now. Look at this. It
Oh, and now
really
the kick is
backfired
gone
for Killswitch.
forever! That's why you don't play
That
it.
really backfired.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Killswitch is not running that much removal. I mean, there's To the Last Man, which is actually not in the hand.
Yeah, he is opting to play a lot more units than is normal in Resistance. So,
Oh my
not
Gucci.
amazing removal. Like, is he not playing 3 Defend in Depths? If he's not, that's super strange. Let me look at his list here.
He's playing 2 of them.
2. I feel like that's the most insane card you can ever play for 3k in this deck. Other than Last Rites, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Really
But
good
as it
removal.
stands, he would have to Bombing Raid, Leopold, and play Tora. Then he'll have 3k left to maybe just drop a Maito.
He really needs the Defend and Death, or he's just going Bombing Raid Tora. He really needs to get rid of that Leopold. The rest should be okay.
Killswitch also not having much healing. For a Resistance deck anyway. I mean, it still has plenty of healing, but as far as Resistance decks are concerned.
Yeah, he lost one of his Liberations already, and only having 1 left. And I think that's...
That and
only
his Call for the Colonies?
Oh yeah, Call to Colonies. He's also having 2 of this, which could be potentially 16 more healing. Pantheray going to the front line. No draw for Killswitch next turn.
I think J King was happy to get Phony Ward. Look at all these options he has now.
Yeah, whenever Killswitch is just getting to, I don't know, 4 or 5 cards left, he can just Wolfpack U16 again. Which is such an annoying combo.
Yeah. Now, what are we doing here is Killswitch. Maito, Akita only does 2 because of the heavy armor. Looks like maybe he doesn't like his options and he's gonna go draw.
Yeah, this Liberation is not doing too much, just giving
I can't get over the fact that he
overdraw.
plays these Utsunomiya techs for this matchup, and it's been in his hand all game, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's saving it for.
J-King is at 8, so probably make him overdraw with the Honorable Death. Seems good.
Tough one. What did he do with the Call to Colonies? I did not pay attention. Did he heal?
He drew. He did, yeah, no, he drew. He drew.
Ah, he drew. Okay. So many options here for JK.
He played the Akita instead of playing the Honorable Death, and this opens up things like this, where it's going to just die to the Heinkel. I feel like Killswitch is not using Blitz the way I would like to see him use it in this deck. You know, like actually being able to attack with it in the same turn. Because we know how much removal J-King has, right? Like, if you play a Blitz unit down without using that attack immediately, it's probably not making it to next turn.
Yeah, especially because Blitz units are usually just costing more because of their ability, and you're just wasting value there at this point. Yeah. Another honorable.
That's 2 overdraws you can force out of J-King.
Do you ever go Liberation first before you play honorable, or?
It looks like he says yeah.
That's a +9. There you go.
I feel like I would let him keep the Heinkel because he can't attack with it without filling up his hand, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just 1 damage.
Ooh, Annihilation, great hit.
Yeah, it was really great. Both players with good discards so far.
He's thinking hard. He's thinking hard. I want to see him get rid of Flom.
Sunstrike was good for J-King there. Because there's not too many 2-drops left there anyways in Killswitch deck.
I think we're going to start seeing the U16. Ooh, U16 not get overdraw.
And now we
we're
are
gonna
at the
see
point.
Wolfpack.
Look at this.
We're going to see
Yeah.
Wolfpack U16 now, though. I bet.
4 cards in hand. Wolfpack U16, really, really strong now. At least Killswitch with 2 cards at the start of his turn. And we're exactly seeing that now. There it goes.
That's what he's playing it for. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this card target. Oh, man. But he's having the 61st or
Yeah, it's
61st left, which provides another draw. I think it's always Mido here that he gets rid of.
Yeah, surely.
How long is that C4 on board already? I think it's from turn
Since
4.
turn
on,
4.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That man has seen some stuff in
Yeah.
his life.
You know, I did not see this, to be honest with you, when I was looking at Killswitch's list, that he's playing all these Midos and instead not playing things like Defend in Depth. Man, I really wish he had Defend in Depth right now. Like, and so does he. Now he can't draw for 2 turns.
Yeah,
Or-
he has 2
well,
puppies,
yeah.
but they're both still waiting in the deck there.
Even Blade of the Samurai, just, I don't know, anything, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something. I'm not sure about this whole units as burn and resistance strategy.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this.
I'm okay with not playing so many AoEs, but I thought his strategy was avoid playing units so that people didn't get value out of their removal. So I'm not sure why there's 4 Midos here. Well, we're definitely in need Phony War now mode.
Yeah, Killswitch is in top deck mode. He needs that or another call to the colonies.
He is so happy that he got rid of common right now, at least. J King is
Straightly going towards the U-boat.
preparing for that U-boat.
There's a little bit more of burn, but I think J King is not
He's
really.
not playing it because he's thinking, I'm afraid of U-boat, but now he gets punished by MI5. I think this might be over for Killswitch.
Yeah, but also
unless
the
he draws
U-boat. Like
bonus
J
turn.
King can play the U-boat on his own units, can't he?
Yeah, that's true as well.
This
Okay,
game
he
is
will get a
so
top
over.
deck. It's not over. He can get Phony War, but he needs exactly Phony War.
Well, I'm not too optimistic.
Now he can totally do.
I mean,
Phony
there
War.
are
'Cause
there are always.
He'll Phony War into to the last man for a turn after that, etc. Right?
But I don't see Shilin is gone, Kicker is gone. How is he ever dealing 15 damage? So...
Kawanishi last rights. It's fine. It's fine. He's still got last rights and Kawanishi.
Oh yeah, there's still Kabanishi in the deck.
But he needs Phony War.
Should I tell you something?
What?
There's no Kabanishi in the deck.
Are you serious?
If I'm not completely
No, that
wrong.
can't be real. It's not even
There's
like
Soul of Old Japan is in the deck. That's maybe his option where he wants to find it, but he's not playing it. In
Is it
the
even
deck.
resistance if you're not playing Kawanishi?
I don't know.
No way. Okay, he definitely took this units as burn thing way too far then. That's crazy. I would never even considered that for a second. I just kind of assumed I saw his resistance and I was like, surely he's playing Kawanishi, right? Okay, he's really starting to run out of turns fast. He needs either last man or Phony.
Wait, is he also not?
Don't tell me he's not playing last man. That can't be true.
He's playing to the last man, but not last rights.
No, that can't be true either, can it? You're kidding me.
It is.
No, what?
That's why he's not playing Kawanishi, because he's not playing last rights.
I don't care, man. Just take it for the fatigue and the 8 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Really, as you said, I think he's gone a little bit too far with the play more units than anything else. I think he really focused on the burn part of the deck, and I think that is what really backfired here. So he got rid of a lot of
We
really
would
strong
need to know.
combos in resistance decks, and yeah, J King perfectly deal with this.
We would need to know how many cards are left in J King's deck. If J King is, almost out, it's
I think it's
possible.
having 5-6 maybe.
I think he's
five,
got
six, seven.
enough to win easily, though. Yeah.
And those top decks are not helping Killswitch here.
Yeah.
So we all expect that J King is just dropping the FW next turn.
He's afraid of the last man top deck.
Yeah, maybe. But is 3 damage
Rewarded.
per turn enough?
Rewarded. Yep, rewarded.
Good one. Yeah,
No,
Killswitch
he
kind of
can't
forced
save
to do
this.
it.
He can't save this because it's gonna get discarded.
Yeah. Do it.
Do it. You have to do it. J King is not gonna fall for this if you don't do it. J King is not. He's too good. He's not gonna get fooled. Especially if you're taking this much time.
Mm,
I
that's
think it
what I
has to
wanted
be
to say, yeah.
obvious. Yeah.
that is out, and from now on, I think J King can just
He's
go a
got,
little bit wider.
J King's got barely. You got 1 unit though, right?
Yeah. look at this
Killswitch
hand.
can. Oh! It's possible. It's possible.
That other one was out of Soul of Old Japan.
Yes, it was. Oh, he's
Oh
going
my
face. I
God.
like it. I think. I don't know.
J King
King is also going face.
and kill that one.
Actually,
or just
wait,
pin
no, I
it,
hate
right?
it
Don't
because of
kill
the
it.
thing.
Just
Yeah, just pin it. No,
just
wait.
pin it.
Killswitch, I think, just kind of threw.
Okay, what can Killswitch top deck here?
Oh no,
Oh, this is
Killswitch
3
wins.
damage.
Wins 3
No, this is
damage
3
plus
damage.
one fatigue. J King played
Wait,
the
really?
Panzer.
J King is on
J King played
fatigue.
the Panzer. What is Ollie doing in the bottom? But
Go face.
what is Killswitch doing? He's taunting him. He's taunting him. Oh my gosh, Killswitch! I did not raise you like this. What?
What in
What
the
an
world?
epic shot deck. J King's like, no, I did everything right.
Oh my God, what was that finish? That kicker. What
Okay,
did we
epic
just
game. Epic game.
see?
Epic game.
That was absolutely.
I'm glad we're getting game 3.
That kicker came just in time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my God.
That was such a bull, bro. Okay, Killswitch. Killswitch. Let's see. We got Britain from Killswitch, Germany from J King. So Killswitch has credit denial, which again, okay, if Killswitch can just learn from his mistakes from game 1, right? I think that he can win. He can totally win, right?
Especially with this
Especially
starting
this
hand.
hand.
2
Especially with
convoys
this
and the
hand.
pioneers.
Mm-hmm.
That's really, really good. And J King only. Wolfpack not that great. What is J King looking for here?
J King's looking for
Sudden
probably
strikes?
U16s, maybe sudden strikes. Yeah, why not? The combo.
The combo. Ooh.
What a god hand from Killswitch, though.
Wow.
All Killswitch needs to do is make sure he does. No, he just keeps getting better and better.
Look at this.
All Killswitch needs to do is not overdraw his key cards like last time. That's all he needs to do. Do not play Crusader
Daylight
this turn.
bombing or
Do
Southern
not
Plan?
do it, Killswitch. I swear, if you play Crusader this turn, man. I'm playing Southern Plan for sure.
Yeah.
Because the next turn you can do Daylight Bombing Convoy. Or Crusader Convoy. No, I think you should play Daylight Convoy next turn all the time.
Oh,
No,
what
he's getting
is
everyone!
this? Poor J King.
J King. No, please don't do this, Killswitch. I'm afraid, man. He's gonna run to the same thing. Okay, it's fine. He drew it already. It's fine.
I'm not sure how good this is against this card, because then your opponent can potentially discard it.
You're right. But look, because he didn't play the Daylight Bombing like I wanted him last turn, now J King was able to Flame Panzer this turn.
Yeah, I definitely would have preferred to just play the Daylight Bombing and just draw with the convoy without the Crusader. But good board established it now here from Killswitch.
Yeah, I mean, things are still great, looking great for Killswitch. You just need to cross your fingers and say, do not Wolfpack my Commonwealth. Take it, we're just gonna daylight bombing and hit face.
Oh my god, that has to be the most insane OCC stunning I've ever seen. With Pioneers.
Playing Monty just to cycle, I don't dislike it.
Yeah, especially because J King is not playing that many units.
Right,
So
it's
I'm pretty
gonna
sure
be a
J
long
King.
time.
It's very unlikely that he's ever establishing more than 2 units on board here.
Yeah, it'll be a long time before that happens. Daylight again, J King gonna be sad again. Surely that's what he'll do. Thinking. Yeah,
Nope.
definitely daylight, please. You gotta get this credit burnout as soon as possible.
Oh man.
Might
Look
we
at
get to the
this.
point where he can win even if Commonwealth gets discarded? Because, like, can J King really afford to play Wolfpack next turn, do you think?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Look at this credit gap here. 9 credits versus 4 credits. Wow, this is really, really tough.
He cannot afford to do it now at all. That's
Wait,
just
next turn,
kind of game almost.
Yeah, he just wins with synthetic rubber next turn. Holy moly! Yeah, that was nothing.
Yeah, there's
but
it's
shaky.
over. It's over.
It's over.
This is how you want it to look. Killswitch. Killswitch played this one so much. Wait, well, stop! Killswitch, don't do it. Killswitch, don't do it, man. You got to see it. 9 credits for rubber. No, he's doing it. He didn't know. It's 9 credits for rubber. He had game. Spooz is having a reaction over
so
there.
not well deserved.
Spooz, you
here.
lose. If he loses from this position because of some sort of discard, he is
Just
gonna
a
never
minute.
forgive himself. Okay, that's a little too far, but he's not gonna be happy.
So hard here for J King
It's
to. Oh,
fine.
they
Because
have the
J
critical
King
damage
used
on them, right?
not the honey, right? Or
Not
they
the
want
honey, yeah, not the
Yeah,
honey.
so the
but
honey wins. The honey wins as long as he sees it now, or he doesn't even need to see it. He just needs a commando ping and a honey hit, and that's it.
Two MI5, so he cannot really deal with the honey, J King.
I think this is the end of the road for J King. Playing
Did
that
not
kind of just
expect that one.
there's nothing you if he plays that he's just dead on board. Wow. Killswitch eliminating J King. What a wild series.
Do you remember that last
It's
match?
Commonwealth to disrespect him. Okay, I don't think he's disrespecting him, but like come on. Why are you discarding Commonwealth? Okay, and he's gonna win with style. I like this. Win with the pings. Do Ollie proud. Crazy series. That was
Crazy. Do you remember when last match I said, "Oh, Killswitch can't win this," and suddenly he's just winning the whole series?
I was like, well, you know what I said? I said, no, it's okay if he draws phony ward. Didn't even draw phony ward. Didn't even draw phony ward. Just
man,
boom, the 1 fatigue damage.
I'm not sure. I mean, congrats to Killswitch, but I think this was probably the most undeserved win that we ever had. Like, so many weird plays there.
He deserves it just for bringing his decks. This was awesome. I loved it. It was one of my favorite OCC.
And the third match was so frustrating to watch on just J King's view there. Like, he couldn't do anything. Like, any turn, just all his credits were crippled, and he could just sit there and smile. So really, really tough one. But congrats to Killswitch. He proceeds to the semifinals. And for now, I think we just give it back to Christo and Ollie, who are giving us their opinion about that match.
Thank you so much, Spooz. Also, thank you for now coining the term. I believe you called it the super duper combo. That's going to be a thing from now on. So, Ollie, that was a back and forth. I mean, we saw game one. Killswitch may not have been entirely happy about how he played it. game 2 could have gone either way, and then game 3 was just perfectly played out. Killswitch, kind of handcuffed J King for that win.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was one of the craziest series I've seen. It was so close. I believe Killswitch could have made it. He could have potentially won that game 1 if he just played it slightly better. But man, highlight of the series for me, that game 2. That Kika coming in clutch and then top decking the Cross of Lorraine, that one fatigue damage that because J King played the Panzer 3H, he had that one additional draw. The margins were so thin. I hope I'm not breaking up too much. I see my video is lagging a little bit, but that was crazy. And at the same time that Cross of Lorraine top deck, that Kika top deck was happening, there was a guy outside my car fighting a wasp. So I had entertainment all around. It was absolutely fantastic, and congratulations to Killswitch. I wouldn't say it was completely not deserved, the win. He did definitely make some good plays, and he had good decks, but I feel like J King should have walked away with that series. He had played it so well up until that point, but sometimes the heart of the cards, knows what it wants, and it clearly wanted Killswitch to advance here into the semifinals.
Absolutely, Ollie. So it's great to hear that you've got entertainment and action going on all around you. It's a phenomenal way to spend a Saturday. But I agree. Once that game 2 got to the point where Killswitch played Phony War, and I really thought J King, with the options he had, coming back with the Leopold, forcing a couple overdraw, and he was now in a good spot, and then it just sort of fell apart due to some top decking, due to the extra card draw. Like, the little nuances here and there made a huge difference. And also, just big shout out to Vinny and Spooz for the call on that matchup. I thought it was amazing. I loved it, the energy and the excitement and the frustration all mixed into one. That was a phenomenal matchup and a phenomenal cast. So
and Commandos won. I'm so happy. The last time Commandos, especially Credit Commandos, won in an OCC, it became pretty prominent on the ladder. I know it's not the most fun thing in the world to play against, but it is so much fun to play. And Commandos have a special place in my heart. So I felt a little extra warmth when Commandos were able to pull out that victory. And just seeing that starting hand, it was a sweet sight to behold there for Killswitch.
As if you are not warm enough just sitting in that car, in that greenhouse, getting all nice and toasty. Let's take a look at the semifinals. We have them all set here. TB273 taking on Birdo in this first semifinals that Ollie, you're going to cast momentarily with Darkness. And then we have Noen 5 taking on Killswitch in the bottom of the bracket. Noen 5 did defeat Cappuccino 2-0. That was not one of our featured quarterfinal matchups, but I know from the War Room, from the pregame show, that the crew is really excited to see some of Noen's lists compete here today. So that is going to be a great semi-final matchup.
Yeah, it's always fun to see Noen compete, so I understand the excitement there. He's also, like I talked about, in this fluid meta, he is an extremely capable player, right? He is the theory crafter along with being a good pilot of the decks, so I think Noen's going to have a really strong showing today, as he does whenever there is fluid meta. The point that I got cut off after the first series was that it's super interesting also to see the shift of the meta away from the heavy aggro focus that we had last OCC to what we're seeing this time around. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to keep following the action here.
Yeah, it seems like the meta has gotten a lot more diverse. I think at the previous OCC, it was like, I don't know, 75% aggro, a few anti-aggro control lists sort of floating around. But we've got a heck of a mix here today. And speaking of that, we haven't seen TB273 compete yet either. So Ollie, I imagine you and Darkness are going to break those decks down as they go head to head with Birdo Burrito in our first semi-final matchup.
Thank you so much, Christo and Ollie, and welcome, Ollie, here. Now we are. I think Ollie is a little bit frozen. Maybe we lost Ollie here. So next, we will have a look on the semi-final Birdo Burrito against TB273. Let's remind you at the decks Birdo was bringing. So at first, we already saw this one. It's Germany, Italy control with Techt against aggro. It's a little bit anti-aggro, this list. Yes, we already see this one. So the next deck of Birdo was, let me check, almost have it. It was the US Italy deck with a lot of control. Definitely some huge units, the Byzantine, the Avengers, the California Regiment, and last but not least, my favorite deck, it's Britain US Ramp with a new super duper combo. We saw this one in action as well, fighting J aggro and being very successful. Now let's have a look at the new decks. TB273 is bringing Katyusha OTK. This deck runs barely any units, but just enough to pull off an deadly combo with Final Push, the Katyusha, and Yura as well. And of course, the Great Patriotic War is able to reduce any HP to 12. So there was actually a time when Katyusha OTK was a little bit getting out of hand and was super powerful. And yeah, it got nerfed, but now it's back. Let's see how capable this deck is against Birdo Burrito. The second deck, it's Noen. We saw this in the last 2 or 3 months. It's a Humber deck. It's a very fast deck and very aggressive deck. And this can get out of control very quickly with a lot of small units. Among the Humber, it's a Fury tank. And if you're able to buff this and reduce the operation cost to 0, this can deliver a lot of damage very early on. So this is definitely a snowball aggressive deck. And the third one, we actually saw this one before. It's Commandos. Ollie, are you with me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm here.
You're back. Great, because we are maybe seeing some commando action again, and this time we are able to cast it because the third deck of TB is a credit denial commando deck as well. Do we have the bans ready? Let's see if Birdo is banning this one.
I seem to be lagging a little bit.
A little bit, but it's fine. I was able to understand you. So Birdo is not banning the commandos. Birdo is banning the Katyusha OTK. I get it. It's a very dangerous OTK deck, and TB is left with the Humber aggro deck and with commandos. Birdo got his Brit deck banned. Not a surprise for me. And he's having left the anti-aggro German-Italy control and the US-Italy control, heavy control list. I think Birdo should be good with his German list. He should have everything he needs in this list to fight the 2 decks left of TB. So yes, one could be a little bit tricky. Often those late control lists are getting just blown out. They're getting overrun. By Blitzkrieg, for example, TB is playing this in the Humber deck. Yeah, so right now we are looking for the opponents to start. It's definitely going to be interesting. And we are connecting to the games.
And here we go.
So it's a Humber deck against the control deck. I feel like this matchup benefits TB. And he's already having the 0 operation parachute and a 1 credit tank. Birdo is starting and having the chocolate boys, the 32nd infantries. So he's able to establish a board early on. I feel like this is necessary. Let's see if this is enough against TB. There's a lot of things coming from him. Every card so far is 1
Yeah,
credit.
I mean, we've seen that before with these Humber decks. Yeah, and I mean we've seen it before with these Humber decks. They can really quickly get out of hand, and also just applying a buff or two onto a unit can make them really effective at dealing with whatever is played on board by the opponent. So it's going to be interesting to see if Birdo is able to generate enough momentum quickly enough to take over this match.
That's a really good question. I'm looking into Birdo's deck list right now, and he is running the Hellcat, so this could help turn 4 if he's able to get it. To deal with 1 tank, the Hellcat is 3 credits with Blitz, 1 operation cost, so he can use it by 4 attacking into the front line, and it's having 4 attack but dealing double damage against tanks. So Birdo needs to pray to find this one. There are a lot of those little infantry guys so far, but with enough buffs, they are unable to deal with those tanks. They are quickly able to get 8 or more HP. With the first buff so far, it's on 5, so Birdo needs to use all of his units to kill it. And he should.
Yeah,
It's
we're looking
far
at
too
the
dangerous.
Ardennes HQ there. And
Yeah, looking at the Ardennes
need to move
HQ.
the mouse. It looks pretty though. I mean, it's a cool graphic.
It's a very cool graphic, and it changes the field to make it look more dusty, or is this like cold, like this frost aesthetic?
Yeah, cold.
Cold.
Well, I mean, when we get the chance, we'll have Mark, our producer, move the mouse cursor so we're not highlighting the Ardennes HQ. There we go. And now the game is afoot. A 3-5 tank in the front line already there for TB. He's got the Hanshul to follow up if he wants. There is of course 0 operation cost on that tank, which is extremely good for him, allowing him to deal damage or trade out a unit while also hitting with the Hankel and taking one of the 32nd infantry out.
I believe TB should go face to the HQ. Move up, buff the tank, and no, he's just trading. Interesting. Oh, there's a Hellcat. This is really nice for Birdo Burrito. But it's also a difficult question here. Like, we can do it. Turn 4 on 2 units is also very nice and would allow him to trade better with the remaining units. Right now, Birdo Burrito could choose to kill 2 units or the bigger tank. But now, yeah, like exactly like that. But now he's floating 2 credits and only playing another small infantry unit. Doesn't look really efficient here. Although it's clearing the biggest tank on the field, so it's not a bad choice, definitely not. Now the Humber comes in play, plus the Hanshul, buffing this tank to 3-5, having already Fury. It's dangerous for Birdo Burrito. There's so many units in the front line already, and TB is running Blitzkrieg in his deck. So with a top deck, Birdo Burrito could be dead immediately.
Yeah, looks like
Well-
he recognizes that and plays the we can do it to get at least a slightly more HP.
But this little infantry unit with mobilization is 5/5 now, and that makes it really hard to get killed. And of course, dealing more and more damage.
Yeah, now a Humber being buffed as well from the side of TB273, so it's looking all right for him. I mean, there is the Hellcat in hand for Birdo, so whenever that Humber gets pushed into the front line, Birdo does have an answer to deal with it pretty rapidly. So not quite the threat that you would want, but man, that 5/5 mobilize infantry unit is starting to be a pretty scary prospect to see lined up there on the front line.
It's very scary. Airborne can deal with the airplane in the back line and taking out the Humber. But this mobilization unit is 6/6 next turn and will deliver 9 damage with 2 left tanks after this move. So it's really, really harsh for Birdo here. Tough decision. The Hellcat can't
Yeah, I
even
mean-
take out. Nothing right now can take out the mobilization unit.
I think don't you just go for the 101st Airborne here? I feel like that's the only line of play that you really have if you're Birdo.
You could attack with the Hellcat into the Humber and drop the 332nd or the research next to it, next to the Hellcat. So there were 3 options, but yeah, the 101st looked like the best option here. Birdo needs probably the research next turn to protect his HQ and give it smokescreen. But after that, I don't know what top deck Birdo needs in order to protect him from this little infantry unit. Decisive defense or Lion for a day. So there are 3 cards in his deck. Maybe Seaboard Invasion, 4 cards. That would help him. But he needs to top deck one of those in the next 2 turns. And TV just found the comet. This is even more potential damage here. California Regiment is not enough. Birdo needs to go for the research in order to smokescreen the HQ. 100%. The Hellcat would only kill one small tank here. This is definitely not enough. But better than nothing, I guess. So probably opting for value and going for the Panzer 2A to be able to trade one more time. Yeah, exactly like that. And now TB is waiting. TB only has to wait one more turn. And sending more units into the front line. Even taking out the Hellcat. Preparing the next move. Stars and Stripes is not doing anything. Birdo Burrito could go for mobilization, but it's not enough looking at the Comet in the hand of TB.
Yeah,
Just
that Comet
not
there
enough.
really seals the deal.
The B-17 hitting the 7-7
I mean,
unit
the
in the front. That was a lucky hit. That was great. But the Comet is just sealing the deal. It's the last nail in the coffin. And TB is taking the series. 1-0 against Birdo. Congratulations. Now...
Yeah, good match there.
Yeah.
Good match there from TB273. Well played. Birdo did put up a good defense, but in the end, that mobilization unit being dropped on turn 1 and just slowly creeping up in power over the course of the match ended up sealing the deal.
It's extremely powerful. 0 credits. 0 credits, and by turn 7 or 8, this was 7-7 and highly dangerous in the front line, delivering massive damage. And although Birdo is playing kind of a control deck with a lot of units, he just didn't have any answers, no lion form for a day, no targetable removal, no AoE removal, of course. That would have helped against the Humber deck. But yeah, congrats to TB.
Absolutely.
Didn't miss any chances with the Humber deck and just snowballed into the first lead against Birdo Burrito. Now going into match number 2. How excited are you on a scale of 0 till 10, seeing another commando match, Ollie? Maybe I lost Ollie again. Oh, he got
12.
too excited.
No, I'm here. I'm 12. Yeah,
12.
I'm 12 excited. From a scale of 0 to 10, yeah, 12. Now, commandos are my absolute favorite, and whenever they make an appearance in the tournament scene, I'm always pretty happy. I feel like commandos are underrated in terms of the skill that you need to pilot them effectively and get a good win rate with them. And whenever we see them in a tournament, it just always makes me smile. You know.
Does it make you smile to play commandos against German-Italy control with tons of sudden strikes? It's a challenge.
It is a challenge, but I feel like you do have the alternative win condition if you can get to it of the Commonwealth. The big thing there is just you have to block your opponent from getting some Mare Nostrum hits off. So, I mean, it's not the favorite matchup to play, but it's winnable in some cases. But in most cases, you're gonna end up getting the short end of the stick.
Well, this was before the Super Duper combo. Birdo Burrito has a lot of big units, sure, but with supply shortage and critical damage, there is a tool to deal with anything. Before, this was long range desert. This order making everything killable.
Yeah.
Yes. Making everything killable. Oh, look at that. Birdo Burrito just found top deck the Reich's research to be able to handle the Crusader. This is necessary against commandos, I feel like, to get rid of those Crusaders as soon as possible. Sure, he's not able to deal with the Pioneers in the same turn, but there are sudden strikes waiting. Well, of course, you want to save those for the commandos, the the units who gave the name for this deck, the commando deck, because you need to deal with them as well, and they do have smokescreen. You can't just attack them. What is TB?
I mean, I would say when you're fighting a commando deck, getting rid of the Crusaders is almost more important than getting rid of the commandos, right?
Yeah.
If you manage to stop the card draw and keep it in check, then you won't be able to cycle through as many orders as you want or need on the commando player side. So oftentimes, if you get both your Crusaders sniped early in the game, that can just be make or break in terms of whether or not you can win. So. Really good to get that top deck, get that flying bomb out there, and deal with that Crusader early on.
Yes, I agree, 100%. Big turn for Birdo Burrito here, being able to not only deal 5 damage to the HQ, but taking out left and right the Pioneer and the Commando. Of course, TB has card draw and some heal, but soon Birdo will be able to add more chunky units. For example, the Panther G to the support line and attacking, or maybe playing the Wolf Pack to reduce the possibilities of TB. it's looking fine for Birdo, I think, right now. It's turn 6 and there are no units and no card draw mechanics for TB left so far. Of course, the game will continue. There's a shelling to stop everything for a turn. Maybe the Night Raid is able to steal a nice or to copy a nice order from Birdo's deck. But just like this, having a 5/4 infantry unit in the front line with no units you have to deal with, looking good. And there's a Careless
Yeah,
Talk.
I mean, the Careless Talk. The Careless Talk is the biggest enemy of Commando decks, right?
Yeah,
Because it
it's
snipes all the important units that you want to get out, and you don't have any other units that really survive it.
exactly. The Pioneer is already gone. This one would have survived, but the Honey, the Commando, the Crusader, all of those units are just dying. So TB is playing Night Raid. This adds, not deploys, a unit to the battlefield. And sometimes what people do on the ladder is playing too fast, like deploying the Honey and Cup of Tea to buff both, not realizing there's a Careless Talk. But TB is not playing that. Supply storage. It's slowly but surely grinding down this big infantry unit in the front line. And he's pinning as well to make sure he's stays in range for Commonwealth, or at least will have the opportunity later. So
Yeah, I mean, looking at how this game is playing out, I think Commonwealth is going to be the only way TB273 wins this game. At this point, he's going to have to find a way to get out his other Crusader, a Honey, and then cycle through a whole bunch of orders to heal up relatively quickly. I think trying to claw back by deploying commandos and having them ping out units at this point is probably not going to work out for him.
no, he really needs to find card draw. But wouldn't be Raider just better at this point? Well, active Sonar makes the King Tiger unplayable. And adding those credit costs to all other cards as well will definitely hurt Birdo Burrito and slow him down a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, him being slow doesn't matter if TB ends up being dead. And with the Panther G on the
look at
board
it.
now, that's... Sorry?
Look at it. TB could have played active Sonar to pin the Panther G and slow him massively down, and after that following with card draw. Well, just going for card draw right now is an option, but this allows Birdo to play Marinostrum on the Panther G and go for the heal.
Yeah, and I mean, it was that situation that you talked about as well, right? Like the Honey was dropped and the Lend-Lease was played, and they were supposed to be played in combination, but the Careless Talks came in, they sniped it out, and -4 HP, from the healing side there, away from TB273. Now he's sitting
Down
at 6 HP.
6.
Yeah, I mean, he's in lethal range next turn. He has to pop the U-boat. Doesn't have any healing mechanics in hand, so...
Well, he does has the super duper combo to pin everything and slowly grinding it down.
Super duper combo time.
Birdo can't deal with this combo. His units are just lost.
Yep.
So there are not a lot of options
But still,
left for
such a
Birdo.
long way to claw back.
Yeah, definitely. Long Desert Group, long range desert group, is lost. So this is another valuable tool to deal with those big tanks from Birdo's side. A lot of heal mechanics are gone with the last Honey and Lend-Lease and the first Crusader. Birdo looking to save the Penta G, but this is cancelled by Ultra. Well, going for the high kill, spoils of war play. He's finding the Comet. This adds more potential damage to his hand, and TB is sitting there at 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be game. I think TB just has fallen a little bit too far behind here. This is a tough matchup, as you mentioned, right? There is a lot of removal, there is discard, you can lose critical cards, and TB just not able to find the momentum that he needed to get ahead in that game. So Birdo Burrito takes game number 2 and evens us up here in this series. We're going to be going into game number 3 to figure out who is going to be the first person to qualify themselves into the finals of this month's Officer Club Championship. Whoever that is will be facing the winner of Noen 5 versus Killswitch in the bottom half of the bracket. Of course, Killswitch advancing there after a really tight series against J-King.
Well, going into game number 3, it's Commandos against USA, and I do have a very bad feeling for my mate, for my team ammo mate, Birdo Burrito here, because his US deck lacks a lot of removal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole different ballgame.
Birdo Burrito has Lion for a day, but this is only able to kill units with 4 or more attack. And 1 Stars and Stripes and 1 Strategic Bombing. I mean, those are definitely nice to have, but it takes a while for them to get online. Maybe Airborne and La Decima, but this is super late, and he's not playing Ramp. Remember, he only has 3 Ramp cards total. We are looking at 1 of them. So
Yeah.
TB will get some time to come online. And if Commando comes
Also-
online, it's very scary.
Yeah, and I mean, also look at TB's starting hand, right? He has the Pioneers and he has the Convoy. He has a perfect turn 1, perfect turn 2.
And the super
Able
duper combo.
to start. Yeah, and the super duper combo in hand. That's going to cost 2 credits to deploy, by the way, now that the Pioneers are out. And this is already not looking great, because if you are able to cycle through your decks, find what you need, and slow down your opponent, you are in a great position as the Commando player. And you know, the dream is alive, Darkness. We could see Commandos versus Commandos in the finals.
We could see Commandos versus Commandos. If TB wins, Birdo Burrito is able to get a little bit of heal and ramp coming with his truck.
Yeah.
But the counter ramp is rating. There's the daylight bombing and the southern plan. I would expect the southern plan to destroy this 1 additional credit of Birdo, and ramp for TB. It's looking super scary for Birdo here. But TB is thinking, what is he doing? What is he planning to do? It's a southern plan. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I
Easy
think
choice here.
Southern Plan makes sense here. The other
lot of
alternative
sense.
for him would have been to just rip off the super duper combo to slow down this board, but I think, you know, you have a leeway to take a little bit of damage in this matchup as the Commando player. So right choice there by TB.
Birdo Burrito could use 1 Maven Nostrum to attack with his unit. He's choosing not to save this. Playing another small infantry unit. But this opens up so many possibilities for TB. The super duper combo could get rid of any unit, although it's not even as red right now, he could use the Crusader, Cup of Tea to draw. Daylight Bombing looks juicy. Maybe just Daylight Bombing and Fortification to set up the next turn. Or Crusader and the Super Duper combo. He's going wild, getting rid of the entire board. Well, it's not even the full combo, it's just a piece, and this kills 3 units. Ah, I forgot the war bonds. Birdo's running more ramp than I remembered. It's not only the engineers regiment, but also the war bonds. So this is 6 ramp cards in total. 9 potential ramp, if you're not counting the research. But being able to drop the B17 soon could change things here, Ollie. There's hope for Birdo Burrito. It's not over yet. TB figured, and he's just going for the daylight bombing, slowing Birdo Burrito down, making his HQ down to 20, preparing for the Commonwealth. He already has this in hand. I think Birdo just
I think
needs to
that was the
ramp.
right move.
Yeah, but the top deck, the Warbond, making it able to go for the B17 next turn. This is really necessary. Look at that. Night Raid, strategic bombing, nice catch. And now the combo, the ticking comes in. Cup of Tea, everything has more HP. And even advancing into the front line.
Yeah, advancing in the front line is smart there. You don't want to get stuck in your support line there, especially once you've buffed those tanks up, like once or twice. See those 2/7s? Those can really quickly block up your support line and make it really, really difficult for you to get the units and commandos out that you want to have in play.
B17 taking out the Pioneers. The Crusader would have been more important. Monty's overdrawn. This is not a big problem. But there's the super duper combo. Only critical hit is necessary to pin down the B17. And with a commando proc or an attack from the honey or one little tank. And this is all what it takes for TB to be fully control of this situation. Critical damage. B17 is not hit yet.
Yeah, I like this play here from TB.
Now it's hit. And Stars and Stripe is not enough. Not enough to kill any backline unit. So California Regiment plus Mare Nostrum is the... Maybe plus 2 Mare Nostrums. Birdo could have used a second Mare Nostrum to kill the honey. This looks desperate, yeah. But Birdo does not have any AoE, right?
No, not really, and it's going to be really difficult for him to deal with it. I mean, I think this game is practically done. I think it's going to be really, really hard for Birdo to claw back from this. Once you start seeing multiple opponent units up at that 7-8 HP mark from the commando player's side, the board is very difficult to deal with if you don't have like a hard board clear.
Yes, and the hard board clear is needed. There are no Manhattan projects yet left, and it will take a few turns for Birdo, even if he had the research. Look at the HP, 48 from TB. So Commonwealth is almost guaranteed 20 damage. Birdo, it's not lethal right now, but long range desert group is now being able to kill any unit. Another cup of tea. The commandos are shooting down everything.
let's also remember, right? The long range special group doesn't just apply to the commandos. It also means that everything that Crusader and those honeys, everything that they touch, will also explode.
Yeah, everything but the California regiments. The damage is reduced to 0 and they are not dying, only receiving a debuff. But this is not enough.
Yeah.
Birdo is barely able to kill anything here. I can't even figure out the best potential move because it looks so hard to deal with this situation. Maybe just playing the California regiment to deal some damage and trading with the engineers battalion. Or this is the second solution, preparing for a potential Stars and Stripes if TB
Yeah, I
is
mean, at this
adding
point,
more.
you want to get rid of the.
So the support line is full now. This adds a possibility for Birdo to clear this with Stars and Stripes. TB just copied and research and moving the commando units to the front. So this won't save Birdo Burrito. And of course there's Commonwealth rating in his hand. Yeah, we can do it. Card draw, decisive defense, it's not enough.
Nope.
California regiment can take out one unit.
I mean, this is going to be game for TP273 here. This is going to be game for TP here.
55. And with another turn, this will be even more.
It will be even more, but I don't even think it's going to last another turn, right? There's 6 damage there in the front line. He can also push up the honey, so that's 8 damage, and he can deal 3. He'll deal 3 damage pretty much per order.
Oh, the California
because
regiment
of the commander.
dies against the long-range desert group. 55
There you go.
against 14. It's Commonwealth. GG. Another great victory for Commandos. So, Commandos looking very strong today. Only 2 players are bringing this deck list, but they are very successful with this.
Yeah, I mean, Commandos have been very strong that we've seen so far. They have lost a game though. I definitely think that there are decks in the tournament that can beat them fairly comfortably. But yeah.
Okay, this was Birdo against TB, the semi-final. So we will see Birdo Burrito against in the bronze match, and TB very new. Well, not new. He's kind of a stable in the Eastbourne, but I don't think he reached a trophy so far. Advancing to the final. Congratulations so far for this, and let's throw it back to the host desk, Christo and Spooz. Take it away.
I made a new friend.
Hello.
Hey, Spooz. How you doing?
I'm the double big O.
Yeah, Ollie has been having some challenges with his Wi-Fi, so I am joined by Spooz here on the host desk. We just saw another phenomenal matchup. I think that one was really tight. Big props to TB for pulling that one out and really getting a big win over a strong competitor, Birdo Burrito. So we're going to see TB273 in the finals here coming up shortly. Spooz, what did you think of that matchup?
Yeah, it was a really intense series there. Looked like Birdo's US deck did not perform as he probably wished it would perform. And yeah, that's the hard part about the OCC sometimes. Like, all you need is one bad deck or a deck that is not performing that great in the current setup, and it's hard for you to win. And this was the situation where Birdo was in today.
Exactly. So let's bring up the bracket. Let's see where we are at and what we have coming up here. So TB273 going ahead 2-1 over Birdo, going into the finals here in the top of the bracket. That was the first time we saw TB in this series, as they did get a bye through the first round. And now in the bottom, coming up in a moment or two, Spooz, you're going to be casting this one with Vinny. We're going to be seeing Noen 5 against Killswitch. Ollie and I have spoken endlessly about how excited we are to see Noen in this type of meta, because there is so much variety and they are usually a pretty good bearer of that. Anything specific you're looking forward to in the second semifinal?
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to Noen 5's German-US deck. Was it German-US? No, it was. Yeah, it was German-US. Ram, kind of fast Heinz deck. And I really want to see that one in action, because it's really a new deck. I haven't seen something like this before. It looks like it's just the combination of two decks. And I hope we see that one. I really, really hope that one.
Fingers crossed for that. Killswitch had a little bit of a rough go in their first matchup, so hopefully coming into this one, they'll feel a little bit better, getting a handle on their list and getting ready to go. The only thing I am disappointed, and I'm very excited to have you here, Spooz. The only thing I am disappointed about is not getting to see Ollie's face after Commandos go ahead and win another matchup, but it is what it is. All right, Spooz, are you ready to go? We've got you and Vinny coming up, ready to walk us through Noen 5 and Killswitch's matchup. I'm just keeping an eye on our production side. I think we're sneaking in the bans and getting everything sorted for you. So enjoy the matchup. I will see you again right after this before our finals.
See you later. Yeah, here we are, Vinny. What do you say about last series there? TB first OCC top 8 appearance, I guess, and made it straight to the finals.
Straight to the finals for TB. TB is, I think luck is on his side. I think that he prepared nicely. I think TB was one of those players, like I was saying, who predicted the meta very nicely. We have a lot of hard control. We got some more of that ramp, that ramp and that discard from the Birdo J King, which makes sense, of course, with them being on the same team. However, those decks, I'm not sure if they're so prepared for this super duper combo meta that we seem to be heading into. And what I'm super interested is about the upcoming matchup, right? Will it be super duper combo, or will it be classic Noen aggro prevailing as he has so many times in the past?
Yeah, speaking about that, maybe you can guide us a little bit through what Noen 5 is bringing here today, because we did not see the decks by now. Yeah, would be cool.
Sure. Noen bringing, probably the most played deck in the history of the game, Jagro. We did see a Jagro struggle earlier. It might struggle again, but this deck is so high rolly, feigned, just make sure you have fuel for days, that it can totally win. And did he make the Shinhoto adjustment? Looks like no. I do like playing Shinhoto now because Mido can get just trapped by the super duper combo, so Shinhoto can cash in on face without having to spend 2 turns to move up. So we'll see how that pays off for him, but nothing really to say here. We all know and love / not love Jagro. Another staple of the meta, Brit Air, opting for the US ally. Italy ally has become more popular these days, but Noen instead going with US provides sometimes more face damage at the price of not having those really fast, really good CR Italy planes. So, great deck. However, this deck really hates getting comboed because its units are not as replaceable as a Jagro. So Birdo Air has fallen off a lot because of the combo, but it could be too fast. It could get you with the finest hour and the Spitfire, right? Because it's not like there are many units let alone many air units from Killswitch in his deck. So, Finest Hour Spitfire, that's going to be a 12 damage to face combo. And his last deck is the most unique one, with the Heinz with a little bit of bounce. The Heinz US with the Bouncy House package. I've not played this exact version, but I've played decks a lot like this, including in OCC. I like the deck a lot. I think it, again, will struggle with the combo. However, it's got more blitz. Like, you can get to 12 credits and you can kind of put together these crazy turns with hold up. Do I see no Blitzkrieg in here?
There's no Blitzkrieg, but a Panzer 3F. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say I don't like that because I think Noen was predicting kind of running into J King style decks where this bounce was really valuable, and that's why he made those changes, so he get rid of some aggression in favor for more bounce, get rid of guards and such. But guess how many guards commandos are playing? 0, right? So he might need to get a favorable matchup with this one. I think if he hits the combo early, he's in trouble. But I'm really, really afraid for Killswitch's one of Killswitch's decks. Why don't you talk about those, Spooz?
Yeah, absolutely. We already took a look at them earlier, so I might just do a small recap here. We have this German-France burn deck, a lot of cards that just have the target to burn your opponent's HQ health. And this could be a deck that is performing really good against Noen 5 stacks, because none of them have any or a lot of healing. If he can just survive all the aggression from Noen 5, he has a good shot to get a win out of this deck if it's not getting banned. We saw it perform early already. I don't really remember how successful it was. It was not too good, I guess. No, it got banned. It got banned. So maybe we see it this time. Yeah, that's why I don't remember. The second one is the Britain-Japan commando deck with the only Japanese cards, which is the Southern Plan. Other than that, a lot of supply shortage and commandos and commonwealths, just the usual stuff that we already seen really being successful today. And last one in the list is the good old Japan-France resistance with the update that Killswitch just added some more units like Signal Regiment, Akita, the Maido, just to get additional burn into. And yeah, so far we are not really convinced how good this really was or is. He pulled out a really close win against J King. And yeah, maybe we see in the next series if this deck or if the changes really made the deck better or worse.
Yeah, I will add a bit of a storyline to this matchup. Noen actually, he said in the Discord that he did not think Killswitch's control decks are that good. And I think Noen is gonna be happy to see less AoE in Killswitch's Japan deck. And Noen has made his decision to ban, and guess what he banned? The deck with the most AoE. By far, Commandos. Totally the right choice.
Noen banned the not Commandos, but the Resistance deck.
That's
I'm confused. I just confused this with Japan. You're correct. Yeah, the Commando deck. And Noen gets his Brit US air deck banned. Also a choice you can really understand, knowing that Killswitch's decks don't have too much stuff to deal with airplanes.
Yeah, if you get the combo banned out, then air is a huge problem. So both players making the right bans. So we're gonna see a top level competition. I am scared, I want to say, for Killswitch without his Britain deck though. This he's gonna need to draw a lot of removal in his Germany deck, because his Germany deck it does not deal so well with aggression, of course, because it's omitting things like Flampanzer, Annihilation, the 989, etc. Nasha, huge anti-aggro. Actually, wait, he's got Nasha, right? I'll find out.
Yeah, if no one has said, I think against the Jaggro matchup, it's really not that great. I think you cannot really be that fast
really
with the burn than the aggressive player. I'm not sure about the German
No
matchup there.
Nashib. No Nashib.
No Nashib. Okay. Yeah. So, what do you think? Which player bringing first there? If you're Killswitch, what do you think? What do you have the best shots against?
Jagro, sorry, Jagzistance, if you will. Jagzistance, I would bring first. You know, try to get the win because I think that's the better deck here. Traditionally, the AOE packed resistance has done well against these low HP aggro decks, but again, it is playing less AOE, but it's still got early game units, so I want to say he should still be favored.
Yeah,
what are you bringing?
I agree. I agree. I think if you're a Killswitch, you bring that Japan deck first, because it also has a little bit more of the removal or control components, like the guards, and more AoE than the German deck alone. So I think I give it a shot with this one first. And then Noen, I don't know. Since I don't know how the German deck is playing out, probably the Jagro deck for sure.
Okay, yeah, Jagro and both Japan. We're going to see the Japan mirror.
So Japan versus Japan, but both very different in playstyle. I mean, they have an overcut in units, like both are playing Signal Regiment, Akitas, but Noen 5's list way more aggressive, and Killswitch with way more control components in it. And Killswitch not with the greatest starting hand, and Noen 5 with a really good one here. 2 15s, type 93 in hand.
Only 2 Toras, not the normal 4 Tora Killswitch. So I bet you Noen will play knowing that, and he'll go ahead and he'll drop 2 1-drops this turn. Just hope there's no Tora.
Fates one turn too late. Type 93.
He'll get to use it next turn. Yeah, he's not playing around Tora.
Yeah, good decision to go for the Type 94 here, keeping 1 unit in the front line, knowing that you have another 15s, and that will just pull out the Befehlswagen next turn.
Akita hit there. Ugly Akita hit, but that's life. That's fair, right? When you consider that Killswitch got a Akita hit to face against J King to win the game, like if he didn't have that 2 extra damage at one point, he wouldn't have won. You know, Akita gives, Akita takes.
For me, it always takes.
I once lost I think it was OCC qualifying game. I had 5 units.
Hey,
I had 5 units on board with Soviet, but hold up. I AoE'd, and he had to hit both Akitas to my face, and he hit 2 1 out of 5.
God,
or 1 out of 6, I think. 5 units for HQ, so that was depressing.
that is worse than my story, but I still hate Akita.
Okay, that guard. Got 8 Akitas in this match.
Is preventing
just a casual
damage,
desperate.
Yeah, desperate.
I definitely would not do that because you're going to lose credits for the rest of the game at this point, right? And I feel like it can get better than this.
Yeah, but it's 8 fates damage, right?
Sure, but should you not? Oh, sorry. Okay, the overlay. Sorry, the overlay didn't have the units yellow. Again, with this weird yellow thing going on. I thought they already attacked for some reason because they weren't yellow. Never mind.
Yeah, totally I agree. If they already attacked, it would not make too much sense. But in this case, you set him to 7, set up lethal for next turn. I think he's already forced to go call to colonies here, maybe, but it's not really improving the situation. He could do call to colonies, honorable, maybe,
heal, and then honorable the type 93. He really doesn't have any other choice. Surely you can't save this. You have to kill it, right? It's Jagger, you just got it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Why that? I don't know why you would do that.
I don't know exactly. It's only having 1 health, and like the Akita would die to Tora anyways.
Yeah.
And
plus now you guaranteed that you took the 2 damage to face instead of maybe I'm not saying it would happen. It probably wouldn't happen, but maybe later on you get the chance to split it up with the unit.
Yeah, I agree.
And it didn't reduce the damage at all because there's still the same amount on board. But
good
it really doesn't matter.
For Killswitch.
I guess actually I take that back. It totally matters. This bombing raid could have been killing 3 units right now if the Akita was still alive. You know. So I feel like that was a huge misplay.
So you would have killed the Knight 93, or what would have you killed?
Yeah, the Type 93 always. That's like the
Yeah.
most important unit to kill when you see Jagger play it, almost. So because of that, there's one other. The Type 93 is still alive all these turns later, when he should have been killing 3 units with Bombing Raid last turn. And right now, I guess you Viva, see if you can find something better in Cross. Or no, Viva. Gosh, I hate that he left the Type 93 alive. Look at all this extra damage it's dealing. Because if it wasn't alive, I would feel really comfortable using Viva and the
Liberation.
Liberation. Thank you.
Yeah. Still going for that line, probably.
Yeah. But now look at all this damage this Type 93 has done. He's going to add another one from Warble, another one from Panzer.
Yeah, these additional +1 damage really stack up. Yeah, Type 93 is really such a strong card for 1 credit.
Yeah, just about the best in the game, one of the best in the game at least.
Yeah, I fully agree. Also good placement of the units, although the bombing rate is already out.
He needs AoE, but he doesn't have it. Killswitch does not have AoE. Is he going to go digging for AoE, or is he going to just settle on Cross of Lorraining?
Yeah, he could get rid of 2 units and still play Call to Colonies. But yeah, there's just more and more stuff coming after he's killing units. There's another Type 94 waiting.
If he Cross of Lorraine's Type 93 now, then one, I think he should do that. But wow, it just really is like, wow, I wish I killed this earlier, huh? So that he could be crossing like Warble and 35T right now. Yep, that's what he's going to do.
There he goes. But another 5 damage or 6 damage waiting there on Noen 5s. Oh, what?
And now the other type gets extra damage.
Wow. Okay, now he's out of healing for now. 1 Liberation plate, both of his Call to Colonies plate.
So
one
he needs
Liberation
to Phony into Desperate, I would say.
Yeah, Desperate, definitely a good answer here.
Now, Noen does have Shiden, so Noen is still hugely ahead. But at a baseline, you need to get that Desperate now.
What did he get?
To the last man, but 1 turn too soon.
So he needs the Phony War, and that gives Noen 5 more outs next turn to close the game out. And even Liberation, and if he's drawing Liberation with the Phony War, or he cannot even play it. So there's no chance he's going over 6 health this turn. Honorable, can get rid of 1 unit. Desperate, he has it.
And a Viva to burn him too, just, I don't know, just in case. You never know, you just want to hit something like a signal. But he won't, because he just drew it.
Noen also found the signal now. Killswitch also found the second Phony War.
Okay, so this is an interesting turn for Noen. What will he do? Will he just Warble, hit face? He's got to be thinking about Liberation so hard right now. Noen is so scared of Liberation. Will we see something like him using the double pin just to reduce cards in hand and kill signal?
Yeah.
No, he's kind of...
Looks like he's not too afraid.
Not too afraid. Of course, Killswitch does not have it.
4 health, so that's
can
guard.
Killswitch guard up, kill signal? He can do that much at a baseline, but can he also get rid of the AA gun? I want to say with a Akita hit yes. With a lucky Akita hit yes.
Can go raiding brigade on the signal. And if he gets lucky with the Akita,
I think he has to guard. I guess he's just hoping Noen doesn't have Shiden, and unfortunately he's gonna find out Noen.
yeah, but he cannot guard up because the guard is just getting killed. So
Oh, you're completely right.
because he knows that
Well,
he
no,
has two
hold
surprise
up,
attacks.
Spooz. Because it takes 2 credits to kill it, and 8 to attack with Shiden. So this was the last turn that he could have guarded usefully. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if he got up, he should have not played the Akita and
Yeah,
played the
couldn't have-
honorable. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But still good enough. Look, bam.
Yeah, now it's no question. He
Yeah,
had to guard
yeah,
that
I see your
turn
point. I
because
see your
he
point. Yeah.
played 2k to kill it and then the 8 to attack. But that would have given him one more turn to draw Liberation. That could have made the difference. I don't know.
Yeah, but Noen 5's Jaguar deck still proving how good it is and
Yeah, Noen
how
just-
hard to beat it is.
One of the best aggro players on the planet.
So now we see that German US deck in action, finally.
Yeah. Killswitch, really wishing he had that AoE right. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Because he didn't hit a Tora all
So-
game long.
So do you think Killswitch sticks with his choice of Japan, or is he switching to Germany? Because I don't know, Noen's deck list is not like aggressive as Fast Heinz. I think you would always choose the Japan deck against Fast Heinz, but against this more mid-range style, do you think you switch to Germany and just try to outburn your opponent? Because he's not having any heal in that. Do you think he's having
Sure,
one
yeah,
we can
let's
do
switch
it?
to Germany, and he did, yeah.
Yeah. And there is the we can do it we just spoke about. I think it's only one copy in the deck. It's the only heal option. Yeah, only one we can do it, and one alliance in the deck.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What can the German burn deck do here? Already found resistance and
Wait, is Noen really not going to play that? Okay, yeah, it looked like he was going to play a resistance card. Perfect top tick from Noen, saving his early game.
yeah, but on the other side from Killswitch is just that root out waiting to kill all these small infantry units.
I might propaganda if I were him, because I already have Enigma in hand. And I don't think that, I think, again, this is open deck list, so each player knows exactly what the other is playing. And these are very good players. So I don't think Noen is going to casually walk into Lightning Strike. I think you should try to chuck it with propaganda.
Yeah, probably. The only way I can see it is when he's forced to drop these FWs, but I think Noen is
But
just.
will he be forced to do that? I don't think Noen. This Lightning Strike. Kriegsmarine is really not what you want to see because you want to be able to empty your hand for these Enigmas.
Both players not having the greatest start. I mean, Noen found the War Machine already, the second one.
Wow, Noen is so confident that Killswitch is AoE that he is not even bothering to play more 30-second.
Yeah, that really makes the difference, right? Like, a lot of players just would drop all that 30-second there, flood the board, or drop 2-3 of them.
I know I would drop more because I don't want to top deck them, and it feels like you top deck them all the time if you don't play them out when you see them, you know.
So from what you are telling me, I have a feeling that you are as lucky in the game as I am. Like always getting the worst draws and the worst
Maybe
outs
it's been a minute since I faced you on ladder. We have pretty good games, I would say. It's been a long time though.
Well, it was good from the deep catch there, and there's the first 4 damage delivered to Killswitch phase.
Actually, I would say that was a terrible for the deep catch because it was all going to die to Red anyway. So I think Noen read Killswitch like a book. Unless you meant great for Noen, in which case.
Yeah, it was good for Noen, absolutely. Not for Killswitch. I mean, why would you catch 30-second from the deep there? So yeah, it was good played from Noen to play around from the deep there. He saw 2 credits floating, drop one of the 30-second, and just go face with the Hellcat. What do you pick here? 38T probably, huh? Yeah.
It looks like he just wants those cheap, fast units.
Yeah, especially because you have Grive and the Panzer 3F in hand.
Yeah, this could be a huge turn. In fact, it will be, because Killswitch cannot remove anything.
Yeah, a lot of these tanks, German tanks, have 3 health, which brings them out of range of a lot of removal, like Desperate Measures or even Root Out. And then you just stack them, buff them with, like look at this. And there you go. Deliver some damage, give them even more health.
A lot of damage. 9 damage. Killswitch needs, like, Reichsbank? Surely he's playing a couple Reichsbank, right? He needs, like, Reichsbank Leopold. But I can find out.
He's having none of them in hand. What can you do here?
Yeah, he is playing 3 Reichsbank, but he does not have any.
Yeah, this is
kind
not
of just
looking great.
He can't remove anything. It's just over. Especially with this alliance.
You can kill the 32nd at least.
Cool.
Yeah, next turn there's already an alliance waiting.
And there's absolutely no way that he can play Phony War because then he's giving Noen everything to kill him.
No. Yeah,
So
but I think he has
find
to.
new answers. I guess. I mean, I guess it's better than just giving up. Yeah. Yeah, he hates having to do this, but he's going to do it.
I mean, he's not that on board at the moment.
I want to say, let's see, 9 plus 6. No, he is dead on board, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He's pretty sure dead to the alliance, but he does not know. So he could have waited one.
Good hit. Cross the Lorraine to get rid of Rife. Although, no, now he's still dead.
He's still dead, yeah.
Instead of the other.
Exactly 50.
Noen will not miss it. GG.
That was fast and clear. Noen 5 win.
Okay,
wow.
And we're gonna get to see another Noen aggro versus newcomer TB. Busting out all the control decks. So much variety this time.
Cool. Noen 5, just impressive as usual. Fast and clean wins, 2-0. Not really a chance there with Killswitch. Kind of combo delaying decks. They're just being too fast, and especially with the German deck, he did not really have a chance to do anything there.
No, Noen just had the perfect ban, and it was just over from there. What can you do? I wonder if there's even such a thing as allied nation commandos. You know what I mean? Just get the... No, that'd be impossible. But if you could play commandos twice, maybe.
Yeah. All right, cool. Was really a pleasure doing this with you. We will see each other again in the finals. But for now, I'm giving it back to Christo and myself. What?
Yourself.
Spooz pulling double duty. I know you were excited to see Noen's that ramp value deck. We didn't see it for very long because that game went pretty darn smooth from Noen's side. Yeah,
absolutely impressive. And it kind of worked out as we probably expected. It has a very, very fast component, but it can also just fall back a little bit and just play a little bit control style. And in this matchup, he really, really needs to be aggressive, and he just found the correct cards in the correct order. And yeah, nothing that Killswitch could have done there.
That's kind of the beauty, especially when you're in that scenario where you do get to pick a ban. You can probably figure out what you're going to play against, and then you know that, all right, in this matchup, I just have to go aggressive. I'm comfortable doing that. And he did it in back-to-back games. Even that first game, the Jagro matchup, I mean, you mentioned at one point that he had to be a little bit careful playing around certain things, and Noen 5 played it cool, said, you know what, I got my game plan, I've got this figured out, I'm going to go ahead and execute it.
Yeah, especially if you just imagine Killswitch healed for, I don't know, 24 or something like that. And it was still not enough against all these aggressive cards. And yeah, nothing you could do there.
No, but to Vinny's point, we're going to see Noen 5 one more time in the finals. Let's bring up the bracket. Noen 5 defeating Killswitch 2-0. Going to be taking on TB273, who took out Birdo Burrito in a hard-fought series 2-1. But first up, we have the bronze matchup. We've got Birdo taking on Killswitch. That's going to be called by Darkness and Ollie on in just a moment or two. But before we get there, Spooz, any thoughts, any predictions on this matchup?
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, we saw that Killswitch struggled a little bit against aggressive decks. Birdo bringing not that aggressive decks, more like control. So maybe he has a good shot to play his combos there and outburn both Birdo. So I think it's a way better and a more equal battle there than we just saw against Noen 5. I really expect a close series there, especially with no bans there in the third place match, right? Both players have to win with all of the decks, and I think overall the decks from Killswitch are pretty okay-ish, and they have a good chance to beat Birdo.
Yeah, I think to your point, the fact that this is best of 5, there are no bans, there's no way to dodge something you don't want to go head-to-head against. It's going to make this a more challenging series in the way of deciding which decks you want to bring and what matchup you want. We're going to see if Killswitch can, take advantage of the fact that these matchups are going to be a bit slower, are going to go ahead and, give them a little bit more time to set up in just a few moments when we kick it over to Darkness and Ollie. Hopefully Ollie has found some shade and found some reliable Wi-Fi, but we will have them walk us through this matchup, and Spooz, I'll see you in just a little bit.
Thank you, Christo and Spooz, and welcome back, Ollie. Do we have a line? Ollie, can you hear me?
Hello.
Ah,
Yeah.
there you are.
I am here. The Wi-Fi is extremely spotty though, so I'm gonna be making an attempt to find a better spot here in the great outdoors in a little bit. But I'm really looking forward to this one. This should be a good one.
Yeah, definitely. It's Killswitch versus Birdo, two experienced KARDS veterans, and there are no more bans, so we will enjoy the beauty of Resistance Burn, Japan Resistance, and Commandos, of course, from Killswitch sides. Just as reminder, we just saw his decks taking on Birdo Burrito with the new super duper combo in his Brit US ramp list, the German Italy control list as well with a lot of anti-aggro. So this one is able to beat the Commandos, and the US control version, I believe he didn't won a single fight with today. So this is probably Birdo's weak spot. Let's dive into... Wait a second, are we already into the decks? No, not yet. The player are not ready yet. But of course, Killswitch just played an intensive match, and he needs 1 or 2 minutes more as a break. So let's have a look at those deck lists, getting a little closer. I believe this one is the strongest deck Birdo is bringing in this scenario against Killswitch, bringing a lot of control option to the table with Britain, of course. The Churchill is just a beast. He's bringing Rule Britannia as well, and Rule Britannia on top of C-Force, Blackwatch, Rough Lightning is so potential strong. It's amazing. Of course, this one is bringing ramp, so against Japan Resistance and against the burn, while Killswitch is just killing time and waiting, Birdo is able to just ramp and get on top. And now we are able to get into the third place
Looks like
match.
we are. Yeah, in a second.
we?
We need to reboot one of the spectator clients, but we see that the match has started. I am now wandering around the grounds of this property, finding slightly better Wi-Fi signals. So
Hey, Birdo against Killswitch. I think we are ready to get into the match. And here we are. Nice. So, Killswitch is playing Brit first with the commandos, and Birdo was able to queue with his anti-aggro, kind of anti-commandos against this one. So, yeah, this combination, this archetype should be a little bit better for Birdo. He's taking out the honey with Sudden Strike. Killswitch is starting to get more cards with the convoy. Relatively even so far. Just dropping the... Yeah? Just dropping the infantry unit. 989. Getting buff +5/+5. Now Killswitch. I wouldn't be happy with just dropping the Crusader. It's a target for the V1 flying bomb. But there are no great other options.
No, and I mean, a lot of the times you just have to have the opponent prove that they have the answer. You just gotta drop it.
Yeah, but Birdo has the answer. There's the V1 flying bomb taking out the Crusader. The infantry unit is taking the front line, and there's a 5/5 sitting there. Killswitch has to react, and shelling it is. Not only pinning the infantry, but stealing a credit as well, and this hurts Birdo Burrito. And slows him down, definitely. Panzer 3H it is. He's finding the wolf pack. It's lovely, but there's a ton of card draw for Killswitch.
Yeah, I mean, it mainly matters if he's able to hit, you know, a crucial card for Killswitch, like the Commonwealth or the second Crusader would be a very, very bad card for Killswitch to lose. The research as well. So definitely targets that can be impactful.
Yes. Well, Killswitch going for some card draw and activating Ultra. Almost second Wolfpack, but yeah, it's not great against a full hand and Ultra activated. So Birdo Burrito should just use the units, advance and attack. Right now he was thinking about playing Mare Nostrum, but since Killswitch left 3 credits, he's not going to fall for it. Smart move. A second Lend-Lease. It's going to be super hard for Birdo Burrito to discard Killswitch here. But as long as he's not using discards, Killswitch has a problem with his hand. Because he can't use a lot of his cards. He's just clocked right now. He can't play Lend-Lease. As long as Birdo is not activating Ultra, it's another clock. Even Convoy hurts. So Killswitch is going to find some space with Fortification and Southern Plan. The best thing he can do. Getting some heal, getting more credits available, putting Birdo down to 5. But right now there's no possibility for Ultra. So Mare Nostrum and 2 attacks it is. And this was just 8 damage and +6 for Birdo's health. Looking fine so far.
Yeah, I mean, Birdo is in a really good spot at this point. This is also what we talk about with the Commando players having to find momentum in their play, and that momentum hasn't been here for Killswitch this game.
No, definitely not. Killswitch now has to play something. It feels more like desperate. It's not a super duper combo. It's not a great combo, but supply shortage and the commando is something at least. And a cup of tea as well. 2 commando hits, only hitting face. And those units are not getting pinned, so they're able to operate. This feels very good for
Yeah.
Birdo.
Definitely, since Birdo also has the Annihilation in hand, ready to go, so he's able to deal with it with the Hipper, deal 6 damage to face here, and he has another way of getting rid of it once it hits board again. And I mean, looking at it, it's not a whole lot of options here for Killswitch to stay in the game. Southern Plan's not going to do it. He's going to have to go for the radar, and otherwise he's just
Yes.
dead on board.
He was looking for the super duper combo, the critical damage to be able to pin the units because they already have the supply shortage activated. But now he has to go for the radar. What gives him another card draw, and maybe he will find critical damage. This would be very, very strong. What is it? The radar? It's daylight bombing. It's not enough. Just going for something. The commando here. Yeah, the damage is there, but it's not enough. It's 8 damage against the HQ. And the Wolfpack. This denies another card draw. Killswitch now has to play. Wait a second. Daylight bombing plus the supply shortage would kill the Volksgrenadier. But the 2 damage from the Panzer is enough if the commando is not hitting it. So maybe Lend-Lease to find
all comes
critical
down to
damage
this.
is better. He's choosing the daylight
All
bombing
comes
and
down to
trading.
this. Well,
Okay, this is the safe, Ray. I didn't
Wait.
even thought about this.
did the ping hit face?
No, the commando.
I didn't see where
Yes,
the ping.
the ping hit face. Yes, but he attacked with the commando into the Panzer 3H.
Yeah.
So this cleared the board by using this commando. Unusual, just attacking. Birdo is playing Sunstrike, killing it, and
Birdo
sending another
right back into the front line with a
with a 5/5 unit. Now it's Lend-Lease. Pioneer, Nitrate, critical damage. Critical damage is there, but this is not enough. There's no damage. Nothing can stop the Volksgrenadier. This is just over. Birdo Burrito able to defeat the commando list, the most successful list today. Killswitch playing the Nitrate, finding Lion for Day. This could have helped, but there are no credits, so Birdo just wins. Congratulations. He won with a control deck, and Birdo has another S. It's the Brit ramp deck, in my opinion, and a weak spot, the US one. So it's only the start of a very interesting series.
Yeah. No, I definitely, Killswitch does have the decks that he needs to bring this back, and I think this is probably one of his worst matchups. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he sticks to his guns and keeps bringing commandos, or if he swaps before the match.
Commandos are very, very strong overall, so he can definitely stick to it. But yes, he
By the way,
sticks.
Darkness, just to describe this to you, I'm currently standing in some brushes so that I have Wi-Fi to cast this with you. I'm holding my laptop.
This is like gym activities. Holding a laptop for maybe 45 minutes or even longer. Definitely, I'm
Well,
paying you respect for this one.
it's also the most tan anyone has gotten while commentating a cards broadcast.
Definitely.
All right, but great
Killswitch,
start. Great start here from Killswitch.
yes. He's going first, drop Honey turn 2, and is now able to go for the card draw or even Crusader.
I
While
say Crusader here every single time.
yeah,
I'll
Birdo
tell
Burrito
you
does
why,
not
right?
have because Birdo Burrito does not have removal for the Crusader.
Yeah, I mean, and even if he did, you have two targets on board right now that your opponent's going to want to deal with, both the Honey and the Crusader. He's got two convoys in hand, so he's able to make up the draw if he loses that Crusader early, and draw into his second Crusader. So I think developing the board there is always the right call for him.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a wise choice to drop the Crusader and get the potential combination with Crusader, Honey, and the card draw with Convoy. Birdo already popped the super duper combo. Convoy is coming in, and Cup of Tea is keeping this combo from Crusader and Honey alive. So this is definitely something to deal with.
That cup of tea was way more crucial than I think a lot of people realize, because if he would have not used that, shelling would have killed both those units with the added damage coming in from supply shortage on the following turn. So absolutely
Yeah.
crucial cup of tea there for Killswitch.
Absolutely. Now, Killswitch is able to drop another Honey to get even more HP rolling. I bring our supply. Oh, he's popping the super
don't actually
duper
know.
combo to deal with the Sexton.
I kind of don't like the fact that he followed that up with critical damage, even though, yes, that Sexton would have been able to attack. He could have played a Commando and another Cup of Tea, which would have kept his Crusader out of range from being killed by that Sexton that turn, and would have allowed him to continue cycling through draws. So,
Yeah.
but
And a commando hit. Yes, the commando hit and critical hit would be able to pin it. But look at that Cup of Tea. Everything is buffed again, and there's so much heal coming in. No.
Yeah, already at 32.
Already at 32. Birdo now shelling or Monty?
Shelling. You want to just keep ticking away the damage. The more widespread damage that you can do to, decrease the number of turns you need for that supply shortage to take out that backline, the better right now. This is also going to make it pretty cumbersome next turn for Killswitch, because he can't pop the Night Raid because he doesn't have space in the support line. So
exactly, there's no space in the support line, and as soon as Killswitch is drawing cards, soon he's going to overdraw. Well, there is a southern plan. This would just help. Supply storage. This stacks, right? The Sexton is going to die from 2 ticks next turn. Oh, never mind. The Commando just hit it.
I'm not sure.
It's
definitely gonna die now.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this one is dead. Killswitch.
Quartermaster's gonna draw some cards.
What is lovely? Monty is pinning everything, and a Seaforce Highlander is bringing more HP to the table.
Killswitch just keeps drawing these supply shortages and critical damage when he doesn't really want to be playing those combos. I like the Ultra there. I think it's good. Another alternative, he could have gone for like the draw plus heal machine with the research, but Just keeping it until he's
Still-
able to free up space in his support line is fine.
Critical damage and the combo, but one of this was broken. Oh, there's the Commonwealth. See, it stacks. The Honey and the Crusader got double ticks. Look at the history bar. All of those are just the damage ticks.
Yeah.
And pins, I believe. Since everything is pinned, Killswitch has to place some orders.
The only way to overdraw.
He can't go for the research. He will overdraw.
Yep, he'll also overdraw from the convoy.
Well, there's one crucial. Oh, he's going for it. And this overdraw. It was a commando.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, if you're Birdo, you have to realize that he's playing for
Oh,
Commonwealth and
The
nothing else.
Churchill! Ollie, look at the Churchill! The Churchill is targeting the back line and retreating this, but Killswitch hand is completely full. So the Churchill is able to annihilate everything on the field.
Annihilate.
Sorry.
Annihilate. Yeah, no,
Annihilate.
definitely, and it'll get rid of the entire backline. But Killswitch is only a couple turns away. Birdo is saving the ultra, but Killswitch should be able to see through that and check for ultras before he pops the Commonwealth.
Birdo does have Blackwatch. So Birdo is able
He has
to.
2 black watches.
He needs to play them and make it impossible for Killswitch to use Commonwealth again. But Birdo is saying
surely he'll do
Okay.
that next turn.
Crusader and Honey died. There's space again in the support line. Killswitch playing the Pioneer. I don't know if I agree.
No! Don't play it yet. Don't play it yet.
Hour of Needs. This only adds 1 plus 12. So
Yeah.
after 1 Blackwatch, it's still 13 with the Pioneers, but after 2 Blackwatches.
Oh, he's gonna play the Churchill.
He's gonna play the Churchill. But Pioneer got sent back, so 14 right now. And even if he reduces this by playing Pioneer, it's 13 again.
Yeah.
But it's so close.
Birdo is playing on the edge there, and yeah, this could be Killswitch's undoing. But man,
what is
Blackwatch, such a great counter to Commonwealth. And I feel like Killswitch telegraphed the fact that he had Commonwealth in hand a little bit earlier in the game, when he made a couple of decisions there. And that allows Birdo to take this line that he's taken and he's
Second
just
Blackwatch
pushing it.
to 15, even with the -1 from Pioneers. And he's playing
Yeah,
We
but
Can Do
you
It.
know what?
What?
Night Raid has to find another an hour of need here for Killswitch. If it does that, he can win the game. If it does not, he is in big trouble.
There's still an Ultra for Birdo. Oh, the shelling is pinning the Blackwatch. It's finding another Lend-Lease. This won't help.
No, that's not what you want to see.
No. Soon there's coming the Pioneers.
Look at that! Rule Britannia!
This is
There's some
big
massive
Rule Britannia.
HP units!
And the
That is
fortification
huge.
will give Birdo more than 20 HP to be safe from a potential top deck Commonwealth. So
Yeah. Now this has worked out excellently for Birdo here. He towed the line pretty much perfectly there, just keeping the Commonwealth out of reach for Killswitch. It felt like it felt like a big brother, that's like, oh, you want this cookie, and then just pulling it right out of the way as soon as the younger brother grabbed it. That's what this game felt like with Killswitch and his Commonwealth. Really well played by Birdo, and now the 62 HP on the HQ there for Killswitch is not gonna matter at all.
No, Killswitch activating Ultra, but he already played his research, right?
Yes,
Yeah, he did.
he already played his research. He played both night raids, so he's not gonna be able to find any more ramp.
Did he play long range desert group?
No, I don't. Is Killswitch running that? I thought that was just TB.
Killswitch is running long range desert group, but no Rule Britannia, so this is the only choice left. Finding more commandos.
God, look at that damage. 25 damage there being pushed to face by Birdo on a single turn.
That was massive. Lend-Lease. There's the long range desert group. Monty will help him.
Monty's pretty good. He's gonna overdraw one though.
Yeah, he has to deal with that now. Already 3 fatigue damage because the Crusader is constantly drawing cards. Killswitch is able to play next turn long range desert group and sacrifice the.
Yeah, but he's out of cards.
Crusader.
I mean, he's out of cards, and he's never going to be able to both clear the board because he kind of needs to. Yeah, he needs to stack the Crusader, play another Commando, then play long range desert group. But at this point, how is he ever going to deal 25 damage before he just dies from fatigue? Given all the answers Birdo has left.
This could be a problem. I agree. 4 fatigue damage coming through. No. What is Killswitch doing?
I mean, it's kind of a problem that you need to sack the Crusader there, right? I think it's a mistake putting this on the Crusader. You want another Commando there proccing pings. And you don't want to draw.
He has to play like that. So long range desert group and all of the orders left are able to clear the board. The entire board but the Blackwatch. Now he even has to sacrifice 1 unit into the Blackwatch. I guess it's the left commando and then advance with the honey to deal 2 damage. But this doesn't look like being nearly enough. The Rough Lightning is able to send back the Crusader. Or is this supply shortage? Just killing the Commando. And 2 Grenadier Guards coming in.
Yeah, just look at that. And this means
everything's gone.
Everything is gone. Killswitch only has 2 Lend-Leases that both cost 11 credits and a 16 credit Commonwealth to his name. It's not going to be enough. And Birdo moves up to being 2-0 in the lead here in this battle for 3rd place. Of course, the winner walking away with $200, the loser walking away empty-handed in this one. So a lot to play for here, and Killswitch really hoping that he can make the reverse sweep happen here. But then the question becomes, do you still keep trying the Commandos, or do you switch it up a little bit?
Well, Birdo Burrito lost 2 times with his US deck previously against Commandos, so this deck is really not made to face Commandos. Killswitch, I believe Killswitch should stay with his Brit Japan Commando list. It's highly favored against this US version. But Birdo does has 3 tries to win his with his weak spot. This US-Italy control one. And yeah, Killswitch is sticking to his commando list. And After 3 tries from Killswitch, I feel like KARDS, the RNG will give it to him, but it's just a guess.
You're too optimistic about the RNG gods. They're not merciful, you know.
They are not merciful, but if you try long enough, it will even out. So I don't believe in the RNG god. I believe in the statistic god.
Well, Killswitch has a honey, but needs to find some extra ammo there into his starting hand. Let's see what he gets. Finds a
Crusader,
Crusader.
bombing.
Yep.
Going first. What the hell was that?
Now all he needs is Pioneers here on turn 2. Nope, he doesn't find it. So
Well, honey, it is. Birdo is not able to play anything. And I guess the Crusader coming in. At least Birdo is able to drop the Engineers Battalion. He will ramp resist, and after that, Killswitch will take it away from him with the daylight bombing. So this will even it out. Holding Birdo down on 2 or 3 without him being able to play anything would be super crucial.
yeah, denying that turn 4 War Bonds snowball effect is huge here.
Yeah, I agree. And Killswitch can play shelling to hold him down, but this won't stop the Warband.
No, it won't stop it at this point. And I think at this point you don't want to focus on hand manipulation. I like just going for the draws, start building up the HP, try and get some commandos in your hand so that you can start throwing out commandos and cups of tea to basically start getting that board to a state where it's hard to deal with for Birdo. But Birdo already has a few interesting answers in hand. He's got 2 Ladecimas. They're going to come online soon. He's got a Seaborn Invasion. Now that Killswitch has taken the front line, that could matter. So
Yeah.
it's a tough spot.
He top decked the 101st Airborne, being able to deliver some damage and kill the honey. So this feels nice. I mean, it's not killing a commando with the effect, and supply shortage will kill Birdo's units. And
He's going
there's
to
more
face.
damage.
I like that. He's doing that instead of playing the second commando, and I think that's a smart way of playing around Stars and Stripes or strategic bombing.
Yes, Birdo is running 2 of those.
Another supply shortage will deal with both of those 32nd infantries, but I think
Or shelling.
yeah, just you drop a commando, do shelling. I think you can also just. It's interesting if he moves the commando
Move to
up here.
Huh. Move to
I
the
thought he was
front
gonna
playing
pop shelling.
shelling.
Yeah.
Move up, shelling, attack to be safe from everything. But another commando and any order. Playing shelling will give him an additional card and makes him overdraw. Killswitch is not going to get overdrawn.
No, not without the Commonwealth in hand, at least.
Not without Commonwealth. But Birdo's at 10 credits, so he turned the ramp game around. And Ladecima able to kill 1 commando unit, flooding the board a little bit with those infantries. Not too shabby. Well, shelling comes in, will kill most of it, pins the Ladecima, and lead to another card draw. The Pioneer, he can just drop this, and probably not playing another card. Or maybe he will.
Yeah, critical damage, that's fine. I think there's a lot of double usage of supply shortage and critical damage in the commando deck because of the pings that they can proc the critical damage. That means that you can either just throw out a random critical damage or a random supply shortage at different intervals in the game, and it isn't a complete waste, which I think is really strong for the commando deck list.
Yeah, I agree. This C1 invasion looks, I mean, average. Everything is getting pushed to the back line. But
Look.
Killswitch is not playing around. Is he able to find another cup of tea? There's no more cup
Nope.
of tea. So Birdo Burrito is able to, better than most.
Almost
He's
wipe the backline here.
almost. Well, he's not killing the Pioneers, but one Crusader, one Commando, and one Honey with this strategic bombing, and this is such a good feeling for Birdo Burrito here, being able to take out 3 important threats.
This was Birdo doing a little gotta catch them all into that strategic bombing, found all of the 3 important unit types in the deck for Killswitch within one single card being played. So now Killswitch is in a much worse spot than he was before. Now he has to figure out a way to find another Honey, another Crusader, and preferably another Commando in the backline, and ideally have some cups of teas to buff them and get them into fighting shape before he proceeds much further.
Yeah, but right now it's not looking that great. I mean, he does have the Commonwealth, and he's able to use it.
Oh, there's no way. Wait. Birdo can't deal any damage because of the pins. Commonwealth comes in next turn. Killswitch is at 30.
Everything is pinned. There's an ultra rating. The US military, not
That's
enough.
not gonna be
You can
enough.
do it. It's only 30.
Commonwealth. Oh my god, the Hellcat.
Hellcat
One too late.
unable to deliver damage.
Wow.
So the Commonwealth, it's exactly 30 to 20, and it's enough.
Wow.
Woo!
Wait, what did Birdo play first in that turn? If he had played the We Can Do It beforehand, he would have been able to blitz out. I think he would have had credits to blitz out and hit.
He played the research, 3 credits to go for the ultra.
Oh yeah.
With playing We Can Do It into the ultra, he wouldn't get the card war.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So he just got outplayed by commandos. First, we were celebrating Birdo's little victory against the Hani, the Crusader, and the Commando, but this was just a small battle, and
yeah, the Commonwealth, it snuck up on us even.
It did. So Killswitch able to come back, and now this is Japan resistance, or some Japan control with resistance against this control from Birdo.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Killswitch's decision here to include more units into this deck list is going to pay out or pay off in this matchup. It hasn't in the matches we've seen him play this deck so far, but this one being slightly slower and having some good static units against him for trades by the Mito regiments, for instance, it could potentially work out well for Killswitch.
It's a very interesting matchup because both deck lists are kind of new. Japan resistance is off meta and definitely changed with way more units. Birdo Burrito is bringing an less ramp, more control to the table. Usually this US deck list is weak against J-Aggro, like a lot of units early on. Killswitch has that. And Killswitch has the late game. So Birdo Burrito is at a very weird spot, and he has to try to survive the early game and not to lose in the ultra late game, what makes it very weird. But on the other side, Killswitch is not running the Kawanishi nor the Kamikaze. So even he needs to fear the late game as well with the P17 and all those big units. He should struggle against that. It's it's not known how those matchups are being played.
Yeah.
And so far, there are little skirmishes, Akita regiments against 32nd Infantry regiments.
Oh, that PIR is outside of the range of honorable death.
It's close. But there's a defend in depth, and the Akita can trade. No, honorable death is not possible to kill this one.
Not anymore, it's not.
Just one buff was enough to save him. Very potential card, those constantly buffs to infantry units.
Do you defend in depth the PIR and then just attack into the milk truck with the Akita, hoping that you trade out both?
Other possibility would be 2 Akita trades.
Yeah.
Well, Birdo found a California regiment and is able to put this into the front line. But no, he's choosing the war bonds here to get more card draw, playing the ramp game. Ramp always was very strong against the Japan resistance because early on, some chunky units, some high value units, Japan resistance is struggling with that. And Killswitch used 1 defend in deaths, and he's only running 2. So this was one critical point I believe Birdo was waiting for to slightly adapt his strategy here, going from taking the board, filling the board, to going into ramp and going faster to the late game.
Yeah, just a Mitre regiment here for Killswitch, trading out the 32nd and leaving the board empty here for turn number 9. Or no, it's not turn, it's turn number 5, I think.
Oh, Birdo is even going for the Seaborn invasion, playing with the RNG, not just guaranteed California regiment. I mean, it's medium as well as the outcome of the Seaborn invasion, but it was definitely a shot he should have he was going for. He should do that. What's the number of this? Yeah, if
553rd or something?
Something like that. If Killswitch is killing this infantry unit with ambush, Birdo gets a copy back to his hand.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Killswitch to leave that up. It's already pressuring 4 damage on the HQ, and the Akito trade won't be able to deal with it either.
Yeah, Killswitch kind of has to play the key 83. Maybe Akita trading into the 2-2 and dropping something else. Yeah, but key and Akita it is. Yeah, it's definitely preferable. I believe Birdo is not unhappy with this. He could take the card draw. He could play Ledechima.
I mean, I think Ledechima here is extremely strong because, well, is he gonna go for? Strap bombing. Okay.
It's 7 damage and clearing the board. Definitely
I mean, he's probably thinking about saving the Ledechima for exactly this, the Utsunomiya regiment, where it's gonna cost him HP to deal with it with orders, but now he has the Ledechima and the deployment effect to deal with it effectively.
Yeah, the Ledechima comes in handy against this unit. You don't really want to use orders, even if it's only 1 order, because you're taking 2 damage. Ledechima just killing it. Little unit going into the front line. Bombing raid it is. It's a nice top deck. bombing raid and raiding brigade able to clear the board
Yeah.
for now.
Okay. Good.
Maybe not even the raiding brigade, but the type. Because the Dejima is not threatening the HQ. 2 Californias. Birdo can move 2 California regiments into the front line. And it's 2 more turns for Killswitch to be able to use to the last man.
Yeah.
And there's the second California regiment. This doesn't look good
Yeah,
for
this
Kill.
is looking dangerous. Well, I mean, he can play the 4/4 card, and he can drop one of the Californias down below being able to trade, but there's still a lion for a day in the hand there for Birdo that's going to be able to take out the guard unit and open up the HQ for attack.
Open up the HQ. And no, wait a second. Killswitch could have played this better by attacking the California regiment. It's -2, -1, right? So this could have
still can.
allowed Killswitch to use honorable death to kill 1 California. But even that wouldn't help him enough. Lion for a day is able to kill the 4/4 guard, and oh no, the damage is not. The attack is not reduced anymore, right? Yeah, that's
All
just
right,
it.
there we go. Birdo sneaks in 10 damage. Secures the win here, secures himself 3rd place and $200 in this month's Officer Club Championship. Killswitch, our 2nd place finalist from last month's OCC, not able to make it into the money back to back, but valiant effort though. Did play some very interesting matches, just didn't find the success as early as he would have wanted with those commandos, but ultimately that leads to Birdo not being on the caster desk this month, but instead being in the top 3. It was a great series and a great performance by both players. And I truly mean what I say, you know, in the warm-up for these matches as well. I hope that we're seeing Killswitch here to stay, right? I hope we see him continue to put in the effort, the hours needed to be here again and again, because I think he's a super high potential player that we could easily see challenging the top players here consistently month over month.
Definitely. Of course, congrats to Birdo Burrito. I'm always happy to see him back in the action and taking some money home to Team Ammo. And I want to give another shout out to Killswitch because he took out J-King. He was preparing for J-King for his discard decks by not playing any units, or basically not playing any units and a ton of card draw. I feel like he really prepared to beat J-King, and he did. Of course, it was close at the end, and he wasn't able to succeed and take some money, but he took in the effort, and the first step was successful. And this is a great step if you're looking into the next months into the World Championship. I mean, he just was able to beat the World Champion. I wouldn't take him easy.
No, for sure. And I mean, you mentioned it, right? Like, now people got to start thinking about the World Championship. It's around the corner. It's not that far off. People can expect information about the World Championship at the beginning of August, where we will outline kind of how the qualifiers and when the qualifiers will be happening. We're still targeting similar time as last time, so anyone that is vying to get to the top 4 in Iceland should block out the first week of December to make sure that they are available for travel. But this is the time where players need to start stepping up and show that they belong in the World Championship if they're gonna go and make it there. So thank you so much for casting this series with me, Darkness. Congratulations to Birdo for 3rd place. We will throw it back over to Christo and Spooz that are gonna warm you up before the finals. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Darkness. Ollie, as you're wandering around with your laptop, I hope you're not being, ambushed by bears, by mosquitoes, or anything else out there in the wilderness. But I hope you have a nice, even tan by the end of this event. Well, what a series that was. I think we saw a little bit of everything. Obviously, it started with the Commandos kind of letting Killswitch down a little bit. We saw Birdo take Killswitch to fatigue in a match that we thought Birdo was in a bad spot for. Game 3 kind of flipped where we thought Birdo might make a comeback, but Killswitch finished it out. And then that last match to really seal the deal for Birdo. It was a very well fought series, I think, on both sides there.
Yeah, well fought and also closer than the end result looked like. As you already mentioned, the commando deck not really working that great for Killswitch, giving him 2 losses there that in the end, just was a little bit too much. When Birdo just lost the first match with his US deck, I thought, oh no, please don't. He's having a 2-0 lead and the US deck is just completely letting him down. But yeah, in game number 4, he could take the win there. And yeah, congrats to Birdo, but also to Killswitch. Top 4 in OCC is just such a great achievement because yeah, only 4 players each month can just achieve this, right?
Especially after a strong performance last month as well. Ollie and Darkness both mentioned the World Championships coming up. You want to start getting that momentum towards the back half of the year because these solid performances are going to build towards those qualifiers and towards that World Championship. So we had Birdo avenge his buddy J King, taking out Killswitch, taking home $200. We have the finals coming up in a moment. We've got TB273 taking on Noen in 5, winner of that taking home $500. Second place getting $300 to round out that $1,000 prize pool. Noen 5 has not lost in this top 8 yet. Going to be going head to head with TB, who's a little bit of a newcomer, but still strong performance, right? Taking out Birdo. Spooz, you're going to be calling this matchup with Vinny in just a couple moments. Anything specific you're expecting out of this last matchup we have here today?
It's so hard to predict, but yeah, what we saw from Noen so far today was just so impressive that I think if I have to bet here, I would guess that Noen is taking this OCC home. It would be his second for this year, and also the first one who would win 2 OCCs this year. TB, I would be super happy if we just have the 7th OCC this year and have the 7 different winner. So I'm fine with whoever is winning, and I'm just looking forward to have an exciting series, best of 5. Whoever is having the best day today is, the winner of the OCC and taking home a bunch of money, right?
Absolutely, and you nailed it there. I think if somebody's gonna win a second OCC, Noen 5 is a prime candidate, has had such a phenomenal year so far. But hey, if history is going to show us anything, it's that somebody different has won every month, and TB could cement their place in the competitive esports scene of cards by winning today. So we're gonna have a heck of a matchup. I'm gonna kick it back over to you so you and Vinny can walk us through it, Spooz.
All right. Alrighty, here we are. We're really looking forward to this final. What about you, Vinny?
Oh yeah,
Sure
TB versus Noen. I'm on mute. Thank you. TB versus Noen. I think it's gonna be super close. I think that the winner is really gonna shape this meta. Will the old aggro decks win, or will some of TB's new fancy decks win?
Who's having the edge in the matchup here, in your opinion?
Maybe Noen, I would say. I think Noen definitely just has more experience in the OCC. I think that this Soviet OTK deck needs to draw a little lucky. He's gonna need Scorched Earths. He's gonna need the combo. If he doesn't, that deck will really struggle.
Yeah, I think this is the weak spot of TB, maybe. If he's not finding the correct pieces to bring in the OTK or just prevent the aggression from Noen, it should be hard to just deal so two of Noen's decks are really aggressive with the Japan, German aggro, and Brit US air. As we saw with the German US deck, it has a lot of 5 and 6 drops in it, but it can also be super aggressive early game and can overwhelm your opponent really early.
Yeah, so I both tested out Noen's exact German deck on ladder. It was working amazingly, and I've also played a very similar, slightly more greedy version when air was everywhere, with like 4 FWs, just like Noen's playing, but I also threw in like 3 Sky Barons, the Hederados, stuff like that. So I actually like Noen's version a lot more. It's got maybe less answers to air, but it has more bursts from hand with like these blitz tanks. And I think that blitz is something that moving forward we're going to see become even more valuable because of the deadly pins out there.
Yeah, and cards like We Can Do It and the Alliance, so the tanks usually already have good stats health-wise, but with We Can Do It and the Alliance, you can just give them even more health and make it quite hard for your opponent to remove them. And then you have stuff like the Grive, Panzer 3F, blitz out these guys and just overwhelm your opponent. It's a really interesting deck, and I think in the end this and the Soviet Brit deck might just be the difference in who's winning here or who's not winning.
Yeah, I'm super ready to get into the match as soon as they are. I like that there's no bans here in the final. Every deck needs to win. We're going to get to see everything. I think this is great for TB because then Noen can't ban out a combo deck. And when I say the combo, I'm of course referring to the legendary supply shortage plus critical damage combo.
We all love that already. It's just one week
Yes.
into the game and it's already everywhere. And
it's not as everywhere as I thought it would be. If it goes unnerfed, I bet it'll be way more common.
Yeah. Also, at the beginning, I did not really see it. I think it was the first skirmish match against Noen 5 that I actually played, and the first card that he played was the critical damage, and I thought, oh my god, if this is coming to the game with supply shortage, oh my god, we're having a lot of fun.
Yeah,
and here we
I
are.
also played against Noen, and I shared their list. I saw a lot of Chinese players playing this Commando K Denial deck, and I shared their list, and I think we all knew it would be really strong, but still, there's always, some people, they're like, oh, but it's a 2-card combo. Yeah, and I can play 4 of both cards. Like, who cares?
Yeah,
Like,
that's a big difference. Yeah, when
plus
you play
it's got additional
combos.
Synergy.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's got additional synergy with Crusader, Commandos, Honey, Commonwealth, all that stuff. It's not even just wipe the board. It's got synergy to delay, to build up health, draw cards.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like critical damage is not just synergizing with supply shortage, it's also synergizing with the commando pings. So you don't basically always need the supply shortage. Sometimes it's just good to have 1-2 commandos on board, play the critical damage, and the units also get pinned. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's a 2-card combo, but you can have 4 pieces of each in your deck. So it's very likely at some point that you have both in hand and can just shut down all your opponent's aggression.
Totally. And Brit has best draw in the game, so you're gonna find those combos fast.
All right. So
I want to know, how did you, while we're waiting for the game to load, how did you get your name?
My name?
Yeah, Spooz.
Okay, I'll tell you when you tell me your story behind your name. So for me, it's very easy. I think a lot of people already know, but for those who do not,
I did not know.
It is my first name. If you just take the letter before each letter of Spooz, then you know my real first name. So my first name is Ronnie, and then you just
Ronnie. Okay,
put the next letter in the alphabet, and that is just
Ronnie.
giving me Spooz as a result.
Like a
Yeah, and I
secret
found out,
code.
I don't know, 20 years ago, and since then it is just my nickname. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is also old. Came from, like, you ever play on those Flash gaming websites like Newgrounds or Congregate?
Oh yeah.
Back in the day, yeah. There was this one called Congregate. And by the way, guys, we would love to show you the game, but they're still waiting. But there were like chat rooms in that one, which made it like way better than the other websites before, like Addicting Games and stuff. So, you know, I had my friends in the chat room. I would play there like almost every day, play some games like Gemcraft, tower defense games. Love those tower defense games back then.
Yeah, I
And
also played them a lot. Yeah.
my name was basically a shortened version of my my own individual YouTube channel, which was just a name I came up like when I was super young for. It was like Invincible Productions, but I couldn't fit that whole thing in the congregate name, so it was just like It was like Invinci Production or Invinci Product. I remember, and people just shortened it into Vinny. Somebody told me it was because it reminded them of the character Vincent Valentine from Final Fantasy. I don't know about that, but okay. And well, I think we're in.
Absolutely. Yeah, nice story behind your. I really love to hear people's story behind the nicknames. It's really interesting sometimes how people just figuring out. Some people are just. I think Bubbles just sat there and had an.
I heard his story. He said he wanted to promote a drink or something.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
innocent Bubbles here.
Yeah.
So I think he's making millions out of this.
Yeah, he doesn't need the esports money. He's already set.
Who cares? Just making the innocent Bubbles monies.
All right. Well, we've got the 2-card combo in hand already
And on
for
5
TB.
coming in with the Japan aggro.
Thinking super hard about this mulligan. Not sure how much experience Noen has had against TB's decks. I'm sure you keep Arado and Bicycle. I mean, I could see keeping the whole hand, but I don't think you want key against combo. Maybe. He kept the whole hand. Okay. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I can also see keeping the whole hand there. You have turn 1, turn 2 plays, and the key 83. As we saw earlier with these commando decks, if they don't play it properly, they usually have a full hand, and the key 83 can be really, really annoying for them. So it's a good spot to just keep it. Also, there's not too much removal.
Yeah, definitely no hard
instantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely might get some draw out of this. And we might see the first supply shortage here. Noen going really, really wide.
Yeah.
But it's also 6 damage.
Yeah, I agree with 6. Okay, so now we probably see the daylight on. Are you using it on face or on a key? Because you already have the combo in hand. Oh, actually, okay. This is way better, I guess. Maybe. Because now he'll be good to draw off both the combo cards. At least he would have.
Noen instantly getting rid of the Crusader. But TB with 2 convoys in hand. And the combo additionally to that.
He's playing greedy with this combo, and I like it. Although I'm not sure if I like not playing daylight. I think I would have just did. Oh no! What? I just praised him for playing not greedy, and now he's gonna get punished by this key hard. Or for playing greedy, but now he's gonna get punished by key.
He can pin it, but only for 1 turn.
Yeah, he'll need another answer fast. I really wanted him to play daylight last turn on Sendai, so that this turn he combos, Sendai dies, he gets back his Crusader, etc.
He's doing it now. Play daylight on a Sendai, we can do it, but that's just another 6 damage to face.
Yeah, I can't
think you
keep 6 here.
not really afford that one.
So I guess what critical daylight key, right? That's such a weak turn though.
Yeah, but I think it's your only out. You don't want to take another 6.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. However, the other key card, Signal, is here. Let me take a look. How many draw cards TV playing? Playing 4 Convoy, 1 Lend-Lease,
and 2 Crusaders.
Right. I wonder if as the meta moves forward, we'll see less draw in this deck because we have seen a lot of clogged hands. We've seen not enough heal, I would say. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, when I played this, I just packed in 4 fortifications because I was just in the situation so often that I did not have enough health to bring in the Commonwealth.
What do you
And
say?
Yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, but I think that was basically the point. I packed in 4 fortification. Might be a little bit too much, but I think 4 convoys, Crusader, and land lease, yeah, might be a little bit too much.
Maybe we will see the that heal 3 and pin card. You know what I'm talking about for 1K?
Oh yeah, naval
We used to see
support.
that. Naval there's so many naval cards. I'm not sure what.
And naval
support
power.
is naval power. That's it.
Yeah,
I think.
I think so.
Naval power.
Look at this.
Because that's a nice cycle card. You can shut down singular attacks because I think the way that you beat the combo is with those singular tall units, right? Like with Key, like with these Panther Gs and stuff that we've seen be an issue for the combo decks. If you could delay those big units with things like naval power, I wonder if that's good for the deck.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, big units, single units, like we saw here with the Key 83, it's really a problem for this deck to just get rid of them because they need to spend 2 cards of them on them, and then the opponent's just deploying another one, and yeah, it can happen that you just run out of removal and then they're just overwhelming you.
Right, especially with no more carpets in the deck.
That Key 83 really did a lot of work here for Noen, so he's taking the 1-0 lead. Only 2 more wins to take home today's OCC win in July. And TB switched to the Humber deck, looks like.
Going first as Humber against Air is super good. And this is a super good hand. This is the perfect hand almost. Because next turn we're going to see the Jaeger bind arm.
And no one's not having too much against this. Just a Greyhound. Probably going for Convoy over Greyhound.
I guess, yeah. Because I'm probably looking for a pair of C.
Look at this. 6 damage already delivered. And no, not really having an answer.
For pair of C.
So I think this will definitely be one of the faster games.
A minute game.
Yeah, sometimes it's so frustrating. Like, can't do anything. Like Brits is not even having good tools in their arsenal, like air power maybe, but
TB choosing to do a lot less, 4 less face damage this turn in order to spread it out against Paracy. That's fine. I would not have done that personally.
Yeah, even Paracy is not enough credit.
It's just over. Yeah, exactly. That's why I wouldn't have spread it out.
Oh my Gucci.
Okay.
What was that one? Okay. 1-1. Making
1-1.
Making it intense here. But yeah, that is not I think Noen 5 really thought that he would not have a good shot against this deck, even with
terrible matchup.
German US ramp. It's not the greatest. So just have this out of the way, 1-1, and now it should be way better.
Definitely have more to talk about. That was actually a minute-long game. Real minute game. Maybe a record.
So it takes longer that the players are just queuing into the game than this game just took. Wow. But yeah, I like it. 1-1. And players are already in the third one.
I mean, at the end of the game
this time
so
it's
fast.
Brits against Brits.
Yeah. And combo. Stop it. Southern Plan, that's the best card. I would say.
We have Brit Japan.
I don't. Okay, keeping the I would never throw away a credit denial card personally, but keeping the combo, of course. Combo is what totally changed this matchup against Air, because Air has to go so wide to take advantage of CAS.
Yeah, I think it's. TB just passes this turn.
TB is a safe guy. He's a safe player. He doesn't want to get pinged by the what you call it, albacore.
And there's already a good spot for the first supply shortage. Ooh, good one.
Not
You do
really,
it?
because the critical damage is coming next turn.
Yeah.
So
That's
Noen
why
is
no one is thinking to
thinking,
just keep it.
should I cash it in now, like my damage, or should I buff it up?
Yeah, it's
You
2
actually do
damage.
not want buff units when you get comboed, because then they just stay alive longer.
Actually, it's not 2 more damage, it's just 1 more damage. Because he could not attack with both.
Precisely. So Noen chooses to cash it in. Perfect play by Noen.
Yeah. Is TB forced to play the critical damage additionally here, or is he just going with daylight bombing? Also a good one. Keeping the critical damage there for the commanders later.
I like playing the credit denial as soon as you have it. I think Noen will live to regret that heavily. Getting rid of Finest Hour against all this pin, you do not usually like doing.
Yeah,
Maybe
I would
if he
also
had no other
prefer the
plays.
Greyhound there.
But he had other plays.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's this pinned. I assume he's playing 2 Finest Hours.
He is. Still, though, giving away 1. I think TV is in a real nice position.
He's having shelling.
You could do a lot of things here.
Yeah, probably the night raid targets are not that great for them. He does not really want.
A lot of them are terrible.
More draw.
Okay. You can make arguments for any play there. The fact that Noen still can't even kill any of these units for TB is just kind of a disaster. Ooh, and saving that cup of tea is about to come in big.
A lot of draw. And also found Southern Plan.
I would love to play that, but this cup of tea is way too huge. Actually, wait, we could die if we click tea, couldn't we? Because right now he's got 10 on board. Yeah, he would only need 2 more. 1 credit, so CIS would end the game. Hopefully he doesn't draw CIS. CIS ends the game. Oh no! That is such an unlucky punish.
Why did he not play the... He was too greedy at this point, right? He could have played the supply shortage there. Kill the gladiator. But yeah, I think at some point you have to do compromises, and I think at this point it was...
I mean, it was the perfect top deck.
Yeah, we have to admit that one. He only had 3 left in the deck, 3 out of 20 something.
Right, and he only had 1k to spare, so he had to exactly draw it. So I get why. I mean, imagine if he has Empire Strikes, you know? So I totally understand why he did it, but I think TB was in such a favorable spot that was probably just a mistake. And I think playing the shelling over the night raid was maybe a mistake too. All he did was pin 1 unit. I think you can do better than that.
And he has to do better than that. Otherwise, we have a OCC champion that is called Noen 5.
True. That game ended. It looked like it was going to be pretty long, but perfect top deck ends it fast. So now we got this German, ramp cantrip type of deck. Then we have Soviet OTK and Commando. I actually think TB can win. I think TB can win. I think those decks are pretty good against what.
Yeah, I agree with the Brit Japan, but I'm not sure how good Caddy OTK is.
Yeah, frankly, I don't really know either, but Scorched Earth, the combo. Noen's deck has got some big chunky units that are really going to hate getting comboed. He doesn't have anything pin-proof in. Maybe he should have been playing Rally.
Yeah, actually TB is playing Rally in this German Brit deck.
I saw that. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
It doesn't get rid of critical damage. it just gets rid of the pin for 1 turn.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's not really a way to get rid of the whole combo of your units. You can remove it for 1 turn, but next turn they're just pinned again.
We need to find a era thematic keyword blend, I guess. Or silence. Maybe repair is already in the game, I guess. What word would you use? How are we gonna cleanse our units? How about tune up? Call it tune up. Tune up your unit. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm just wondering why. So I think who of them is more nervous here and needs to take a short toilet break or restroom break?
If nerves are a factor, you would have to imagine it would be more time. Noen's been here so many times.
Or is no one thinking this is just the best of 3? And he thought he already win?
No, I think they're just finding match.
So we expect TB to just stay with the German Brit deck, I guess? Or do you think he's switching to Soviet Brits?
I hope he switches to Soviet Brits, because we haven't got to see it. I mean, this guy's here in the finals with Soviet OCK, and we haven't gotten to see it. I hope he switches so we can see it.
Also, this deck has more guards than the Brit deck, right?
The Brit deck is literally 0s.
Yeah, I think here are Brian's irregulars and first rifled, so yeah.
Did not switch. I hope he wins. So this is a god hand almost by TB though, and this is a really bad hand by Noen.
Yeah, terrible hand.
Thinking about dive bombing to maybe kill. Yeah. No one
Okay, at
drop,
least he
but
found a
having
wash.
ramp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
And a 38T. At least something. Better than the initial starting
Oh
hand.
no, he has double Southern Plan. That is the backbreaker. That's the backbreaker. But Noen is so happy to be playing ramp right now.
Ramp versus anti-ramp.
Exactly.
And he was also having the combo there already.
As usual.
Sheesh. Alright, so if no one is taking this home, this game, he's winning the whole series, being our July OCC champion. If TB can win this match, we're going into a match number 5, which will decide who's our champion for this month.
Ooh, the perfect top deck by Noen.
Aye. That is also frustrating when you're just spending credits to deny your opponent's credit slots, but he's just ramping. Look at this.
Okay, I
Still
think
up in credits.
maybe TB should just play out the commando. I think that was ultimately it ended up being a mistake last game. I understand he was afraid of Albacore, but last game waiting so long to play commando really hurt.
Bounce the commando. Wow, look at this triple supply shortage.
Bounce commando. Hope you get a draw card soon on TV, and then Ripa. Or do we daylight bombing? Try to greed out the combo even more. Yes, he's gonna try to greed out even more. Would he want to go face here? I would just go face, right? Because you know
Yeah.
the combo is almost definitely there. So now you can hit face with both units, exactly 6k. And hitting the face is so big against this version of commandos because it doesn't have much heal.
Yeah, exactly. Just
Because
get the
of-
damage in as soon as
Ooh,
possible.
no, too much combo. Too much combo.
What?
He needed the draw now.
He can shut a lot of Noen's aggression, but as you said, he needs draw now. Or soon. Noen can just reload. 38
TV has
Panzer
3 supply shortages in hand. He chose to play none there and risk the ping to get the pin. I think this is okay because it gives him more draw if he hits Crusader this.
No Crusader.
I think TV's got like he needs to find either draw, Monty, or shelling. Those are the only top decks he has left really to win the game. Not sure why you wouldn't play the other commando. I guess he's just afraid of dive bombing.
He's just willing to take another 4 damage here. Noen forcing TB to just play out another combo
TV's,
piece there.
I think TV's out of time. I think TV's out of time. He's not getting any draw.
I mean, you can just draw, pin the whole board state right now, but there's just the Hellcat waiting, another
Hellcat,
Panzer
Comet.
4 waiting, Comet waiting, yeah. This is not looking good for TB.
If he can do Monty into a lot of draw shenanigans, that is his out. But I think it is.
Needs to hit the FW. Hits the FW. Now he's left with 2 supply shortage. Really needs a Crusader or any draw.
So, Comet. I think we should start rolling out the Comet damage here.
I mean, for now, maybe you can just go with Hellcat.
This plus Comet is what I would do. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, whatever. We don't. You're not. I guess you're not in a rush to end it.
Okay, there's the
Finally.
Crusader.
He needs more.
What can he find out of it? Honey is good. And oh my god.
This is why I would have Comet. Okay, I know I just said I'm not. I guess we're not in a rush to end the game, but I think we are in a rush to end the game now.
Now we are definitely, but he's having 8 damage on board, and then next turn Hellcat plus
Is
Comet.
Noen gonna
maybe?
go so far to Hellcat that Crusader? That is really. You don't want to do that, but you might do it. What are you doing here, Spooz?
All right, everyone.
Watching Ollie in the
Yeah, me
video. Yeah, it's really. I mean, this is the important turn here, right? If you do a mistake here, you can easily lose when you're Noen. So it's really tough. You could go face with the Panzer 4.
Oh, I didn't know
Decides to keep
they
the
weren't
Hellcat.
pinned. Again, it's the not yellow thing. They weren't yellow on my screen, so I thought they were pinned. Okay, never mind. You don't have to Hellcat it.
Definitely trading both out.
Not what TV
And
wanted.
shuts down a lot of.
Ooh, but okay, yeah. Okay,
And now
this
you just
is
go Comet Hellcat.
8
right?
damage. This is 8 damage that no one's got, and that's gonna put him down to 4 left, which means that Comet next turn ends it.
And there's not much that TV can do against this, besides
He
just
needs
out-heal
draw
it.
and heal.
Yeah, and it is
It is game.
not really
That's
what I
what it
wanted.
is.
That's
This game TV
it.
missed all his convoys.
Yeah, really
Unleashed
unfortunate.
Monty.
But he found both Crusaders in that game, right? So it was
it
not
one
really...
or both? I thought it was only one.
know.
No, there's only one.
However, Noen 5 being our first player that is winning 2 OCCs this year, and also giving him the 2nd win in total, which makes him the 3rd most successful OCC winner in history, together with Birdo Burrito. Both have 2 wins now. Congrats!
Burrito.
But also, Birdo Burrito also won 2 OCCs here. Not this year, but overall in history.
Yeah, no one's won 2 now? Or how many?
Noen won 2 now, yeah. That
Okay,
was the second
awesome. Congrats to Noen.
Yeah, both really well played. TB, congrats for making it to the finals. Very impressive.
Yeah, I think TB's gonna be happy about this. He dodged Tang, then he got to style with his cool decks. and he made it all the way here. So that's something to be very happy for if you're TB, who's been relatively unproven so far on the big stage.
Absolutely, and yeah, he played very well, so nothing to be ashamed of or something like that. But yeah, just very cool second place. I would be really happy about a second place in OCC. I would even be happy about top 8.
You've been in the OCC before, Spooz, right? When was the last time you were on?
I was on OCC top 8. I've never been on OCC top 8.
Really? Never?
Yeah.
Oh.
There was one
Not even
chance, and
not
I
even.
lost to an Akita hitting my face.
Oh, the
And
Akita
from
thing.
there
Yeah,
on,
those
I just
Akitas.
gave up. I think that was once in the finals in KARDS Open, but that's it. Yeah.
Well, we'll keep you. That means we got you safe to be back on the casting. Won't lose you.
So enough
too
of the
good.
sad stories here. Was a pleasure casting with you, Vinny. And I hope we see each other in the next one, in the top 8 or on the casting stage.
Either way, yeah. I'll tell you, I played Noen's decks. I played the Commando deck for TB, just to learn more about them while the other matches were going on, and I made it to top 10, to 10th place. So those decks. So.
Cool.
Maybe. All right.
All right. I'm giving it back to Christo and myself for the wrap up.
Adios, Spooz.
Right on, let's wrap it up, Spooz. That was another phenomenal series. I mean, Noen just showed how strong they are as a competitor, right? TB did give Noen their first loss of the top 8, which impressive for a newcomer nonetheless, and hopefully they'll continue to build off of that momentum. But I mean, when Noen is on fire, the games don't even last all that long.
Yeah, whenever Noen is on stage, it's guaranteed that you have the shortest games ever seen. That one match won by TB, that Humber match, but no one was involved, so it counts. Really crazy how fast the games usually go when he's playing.
Yeah, even when Noen loses, Noen does it in style and does it quickly. I mean, it is, I don't know, probably about 1 a.m. in China, so I do not blame them for wanting to get that done and get over to celebrating the victory. So Noen, as you mentioned, Spooz, taking home their second OCC, second one of this year, first person to do it, taking home $500. Not a bad deal at all. TB, great appearance, also gets $300 for their second place finish. Of course, we see the bronze match with Birdo finishing third, taking home $200. So heck of an OCC, and Spooz, you've been on the host desk with me for the last little while because Ollie has been kind of winning and losing his Wi-Fi over the last couple of hours. But I believe as we wrap this up, we're going to have a little something to show you, so Ollie can show you what his setup has been for the day. I must say it's pretty nifty. But before we get there, Spooz, anything you would like to add before we wrap this guy up?
Not really. I just want to thank everyone who tuned in today and watched the matches. I think it was really insane. I like the deck variety that we saw today, and I really hope we continue like this. And yeah, thank you, thank the team in the background, like everyone who was here today on the background and who was part of the team. Yeah, I really appreciate being here and doing this together with you all.
And we love having you, Spooz, but I agree. I think the variety of the decks also made for a variety of different matchups. We saw some control, we saw some aggro, OTK didn't happen really all that much, but I mean, the TB brought it, so it was potentially here, but that's okay. We saw a variety of entertaining matchups, so thank you, Spooz, Ollie, Darkness, and Vinny for doing a phenomenal job on the casting desk. Markius for pressing buttons in the background. Thank you for sorting that all out. And most importantly, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next month with August OCC. But before you tune out, don't forget, we got a little video from Ollie coming up.
Alright everyone, As promised, here's a quick behind-the-scenes tour of today's streaming studio. As you can see, I'm here in beautiful Yakima, Washington, the hops capital of the USA. Here you can see my streaming office for today, parked conspicuously close to the house. This has been my casting chair. You see the Spider-Man can at the bottom there, very important. Moral support from my boys. Computer over there. And then we move over into the campground. The third place map cast from that brush right over here. Standing here was the only way that I could get the needed Wi-Fi. We got the smoke pit going over there. It's gonna be a whole alligator for dinner tonight. And yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, for bringing this show to you guys, even though I'm on vacation. Apologies for any technical issues you might have experienced, but I hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you for the next one. All right, everyone. As promised, here's a quick behind-the-scenes tour of today's streaming studio.